Rahul Gandhi, they came in the same car together. And after that flip-flop where Rahul Gandhi was in two minds whether, you really need to put up a big fight against Arvind Kejriwal, I think finally he decided that this is it. This is what we really need to do. And bringing Sandeep Dixit along with him in the same car, going inside and casting their votes, I think it kind of answers your question that the Congress party has decided to up its ante. And the Congress and Rahul Gandhi have also decided that this really has to be the big fight and the gloves needs to be off. I mean, the Aam Aadmi Party can never ever be a friend of the Congress because the genesis and the growth of the AAP has been at the cost of the Congress.
So Rahul Gandhi goes in, he's cast his ballot, he's gone with Sandeep Dixit, Zaka. That's interesting.
Now, we were expecting him to come with Sonia Gandhi because they are voting in the same booth. Priyanka Gandhi votes in a different booth. But interestingly, he's come with Sandeep Dixit. And Sandeep Dixit is putting up a fight in the New Delhi constituency. It is a triangular fight, no doubt about it, between Parvesh Verma of the BJP. That's where the former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is fighting from. He really shot to fame in 2013, the first election that he won, by trouncing Sheila Dikshit, who was the incumbent Chief Minister at that time. He was considered the giant killer. This time around, it is truly a triangular fight. Like I said, Sandeep Dixit may not win, but can he take away enough votes from Arvind Kejriwal, from the Aam Aadmi Party, that might make this contest much tighter? I think the last time around, Kejriwal won by about 25,000-30,000 votes. This time, the margin might actually come down.
67% of the voters are the middle class. Now, what is the middle class thinking, especially after the developments over the last 4 or 5 days? What are the voter of Delhi thinking? Is Delhi coming out to vote in large numbers? We're just about 20 minutes now past 8 o'clock. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll get you more reporters and, of course, Zaka on the wall, magic wall with us. Stay with us on this continuous coverage as Delhi goes to the ballot here at CNN News 18.
Co-powered by
For a triangular contest between the Aam Aadmi Party, Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress. With over 13,000 polling stations across 70 constituencies, the stakes are high for all the three parties. Aam Aadmi Party-led Arvind Kejriwal seeks a third consecutive term, while BJP aims to reclaim power after more than 2 decades. Congress, striving for a comeback, hopes to regain its lost ground, and these parties, including the BJP, which earlier had been adverse to freebies, has now targeted voters with various social welfare schemes. However, during the campaigning, they deployed strategies on ground that were curated as per their strength and weaknesses. I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Akash Sharma. Akash, you're reporting from the New Delhi constituency and are tracking Parvesh Verma, the BJP candidate. So what is the preparation out there? What time is he planning to cast his vote today?
Well, ahead of going to his booth, Parvesh Verma has arrived here, Sherin, here at ITO Ghat. I'm showing you these visuals where the special puja is going on here at ITO Ghat. Sherin, where it is about Yamuna, so we know that how Yamuna has remained in focus in these elections.
Yes.
And both the parties, in fact, all three parties have talked about it, be it Aam Aadmi Party, Bharatiya Janata Party, or the Indian National Congress. They have talked about Yamuna, the cleaning of Yamuna, and all those stories where we have talked about the poison in Yamuna and, in fact, the allegations coming from Aam Aadmi Party. But this picture is important because there I'm showing you the visuals of Parvesh Verma, who is the BJP candidate from New Delhi constituency, performing special puja archana here. And Sherin, you see, this election was all about this Yamuna, and I'm showing you the visuals of this Yamuna as well. Every time during Chhat, we see this picture, and this is the ghat where we have devotees coming, taking a dip, and performing all those religious practices that we talk about. And today, ahead of the polling, Parvesh Verma has reached here. In fact, we have several pundits and this special Anushthan that is going on. Sherin, in some time from now, in fact, it is 7 a.m., just 1 minute left, and we will have a polling begin. And, ahead of it, this is the picture. More than 13,000 polling, stations, as you rightly pointed out. And, we have more than 1.5 crore voters, who are going to vote today. 70 assembly constituencies, We have Aam Aadmi Party ruling here from last 10 years. This time it is a tough battle between Aam Aadmi Party, Bharatiya Janata Party and Indian National Congress. We have seen that how candidates were involved in the intensified campaign from last 30 days. We have been noticing on both on social media and on ground. And today is the final day on 8th of February. Sharon, we are going to see the results. But ahead of it, this is the final day, the exam day for all these 70 constituencies.
Absolutely. Today is the exam day when Delhi goes to poll. Right now, we have seen what Parvesh Verma is doing. Let's now talk about what is Sandeep Dixit doing, the Congress candidate from New Delhi constituency. He has, in fact, exclusively spoken to CNN News 18. Let's listen into it.
What is your message to the young voters?
Nothing. Just come out and vote. Vote for a good Delhi. Vote for a prosperous Delhi. And now, today I will not ask anybody to vote for any party. I'm just saying vote for good candidates. Vote for a good government.
So this was, in fact, Sandeep Dixit, who will now be going to cast his vote in fact, the Delhi elections. Very clearly, the Delhi is all set to vote. Mr. Dixit will be heading to vote himself as well, and has urged the young people here in the national capital to actually go out and vote, and very clearly saying that, vote for good candidates, vote for a good governance in the national capital. I am Ananya Bhatnagar with video journalist Sonia Singh for CNN News 18 from the national capital.
All right, I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Ananya Bhatnagar. Ananya, you just spoke to Sandeep Dixit. How confident is he? Because this is his first assembly election. Before this, he has contested Lok Sabha elections, but not assembly elections. So how is he feeling, and what time is he planning to cast his vote?
Well, he's already inside, as you can see right behind me. He's inside this polling center where he'll be casting his own vote. And very clearly, Sandeep Dixit seemed to be very, very confident. But the clear message that he had for the voters of the national capital and the voters of Delhi was that, please vote for a good governance and vote for a good candidate. He said that, across the party lines, he says that it's not that I'm going to say that you vote for a particular political party today, but vote for a good candidate and for the betterment of the national capital is what Sandeep Dixit was saying. He was very confident as far as his own constituency is concerned. So how much of it would it play up as far as the Delhi elections are concerned? The voting has just begun. This is, in fact, the mandate of Delhi would be decided by the people. And that is something, which is very, very clear. And we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out in the course of the day itself.
All right. Also, what about, the other Congress leaders, apart from Sandeep Dixit, who all are expected to cast their vote in that particular booth that you're staying at, Ananya?
Well, as far as Sandeep Dixit is concerned, after he casts his vote, he will also be accompanied, he will accompany Rahul Gandhi and the other party leaders when they go out to cast their own vote, while, Priyanka Gandhi would be casting her vote with her family from the Lodi estate, from a polling booth in Lodi estate. Rahul Gandhi is also expected to cast his vote in the national, in the national capital. And very clearly, Sandeep Dixit is going to accompany all of them when they go on to cast their vote, and hence he is somebody that, he's going to cast his own vote and then leave with the other party leaders in order to support their campaign and also to support them while they go out to vote in the national capital itself. So very clearly at this particular point of time, what we also know is that various other people apart from the politicians like the Chief Justice of India would be voting at 10:30 today in the morning at Nirman Bhavan, and various other judges or politicians would be coming out to vote for in fact a new government or a new government in the national capital territory, while all the parties are pretty confident as far as the mandate for Delhi is concerned. It is the people of Delhi who will then decide as to who will be in fact the CM of the national capital and who will be ruling the national capital territory of Delhi.
Absolutely. And I request you, Ananya, to please stay with us. Let me go back to Akash. Akash,
Back live on our coverage here in the battle for Delhi. Delhi goes to the polls. 1.45 crore voters, of which about 72 lakh, nearly 72 lakh voters are women. 45 to 46% of the total voters in Delhi are women. 67% of the voters are all middle-class households. Before we go across to Aman and Ananya joining us, these are pictures of Rahul Gandhi coming to cast his ballot. He cast his vote, came out, did not speak. But he made a statement by coming in the same car as Sandeep Dixit, who's challenging Arvind Kejriwal, along with Sahib Singh Varma's son, Parvesh Verma, for that seat. And the Congress very clearly saying it's gloves off with the Aam Aadmi Party. India alliance and all gone. Now it's about our own astitwa, what's at stake for the Congress Party and propping the party up and strengthening it. Rahul Gandhi heads to Bihar. We'll head to the magic wall to take this conversation forward with respect to the middle class. How much of an impact will the middle class have on the Delhi result? And has Arvind Kejriwal in the past, over the last decade, held sway over the middle class at the Vidhan Sabha level?
Absolutely. Certainly at the Vidhan Sabha level, and which is why it will be interesting to see this tax cut that's been announced in the recent budget, what kind of impact it will have. So if you were to look at just middle class and upper middle class, they constitute a substantial part of central Delhi, as it were. So 38 seats. So if you look at constituencies like Rajinder Nagar, Patel Nagar, Karol Bagh, right in the heart, Kasturba Nagar, even Jangpura from where Manish Sisodia is fighting, Kalkaji from where the Chief Minister Atishi is fighting. The heart and soul of Delhi are the middle class, the urban middle class, the upper middle class, of which the Aam Aadmi Party last time around had won 33 out of 38. But mind you, the middle class is also very fickle. They kind of oscillate between the AAP and the BJP between elections. So when it comes to the Lok Sabha, it's firmly with the BJP. Out of 38, the BJP winning 29 assembly segments in the Lok Sabha at almost the same vote percentage that the AAP wins in the Vidhan Sabha at 54%. The AAP at a distant second with just 6 assembly segments at 32% vote share, and the Congress with just 3 assembly segments at 11% vote share. So the same constituencies, which is in the heart of Delhi, which vote for the Aam Aadmi Party in the Vidhan Sabha election, they vote for the BJP in the Lok Sabha election. And I think what it shows also is there is a floating voter, anywhere between 15 to 20% who vote for one party in the Vidhan Sabha and vote for the other party in the Lok Sabha. So the question really, the challenge for the BJP, if they have to win Delhi after 27 years, is to retain those voters who Mr. Modi is able to attract, who they're able to attract during the Lok Sabha election, to retain that voter in the Vidhan Sabha election as well.
Very interestingly, the BJP this time around has far localized the election. They've had respective state chief ministers and local netas, and they've tried to localize the election based on constituency or at least on a grid. Aman is joining us. Aman, the middle class and also the Mahila voter. The Mahila voter this time, post the budget announcements, will they have a change of heart? Because everybody is offering similar reveries for them.
See, Anand, I think two fundamental things have changed in this particular election from the 2020 election. Number one, if you remember, the whole reverie culture, this term was coined by the BJP in the 2020 Delhi Assembly elections. When BJP was saying that, this reverie culture is bad, people need to move on from it. People didn't accept it. The BJP lost in 2020, and this time we have seen the BJP completely change its strategy. It in fact said that all the public welfare schemes, or the so-called reveries, will continue. In fact, the BJP has said it will outdo the Aam Aadmi Party by offering this rupees 2,500 for women, as they have done in other states like Maharashtra, where they have implemented this scheme, or in Madhya Pradesh. So obviously, BJP is trying to woo the woman voter in a big way, and especially the middle class voter. I think the middle class voter, which was in a way split between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP in the earlier elections in Delhi, this time the BJP feels, and that's also the feedback I get from the ground, that the middle class is consolidating behind the BJP. It is also due to poor infrastructure in the city, the air pollution, the sanitation issue, the pothole roads, the latest announcement which has come in the budget. The BJP feels the middle class voter is consolidating behind it. But that may not be enough. BJP's, the Delhi election is invariably decided in the Jhuggis of the national capital, where AAP has a stranglehold over the Jhuggi voter. It is like the reverie culture is so big there that BJP has tried very hard, but I don't know. If the Jhuggi voter gets split, BJP gets a look into this election. But if the Jhuggi voter does not get split, I feel the AAP is still in a pole position, despite the middle class being with the BJP. Also, quickly, another point, I think this time what is different from
Sure, sure. Please complete.
What is different, Anand, from 2020 also is that time, Arvind Kejriwal's image was very good. This time the image has taken a dip. The Sheesh Mahal controversy, the corruption scams, BJP in a way has a lot of ammunition this time against the Aam Aadmi Party. So the election has changed in that manner also. And don't forget, Anand, today is the big dip in the Kumbh by Prime Minister Narendra Modi when Delhi will be polling around 11 a.m. So that is also late, like a last minute bonus that the BJP is looking.
So whether that turns out into a poll bonus or not, I'm not sure the Prime Minister is looking at that way. But the other aspect is that he couldn't have gone a few days earlier during Basant Panchami because of the crowds. And since what happened on Mauni Amavasya, I think there has been extra care that's been taken that the local people and the Aam Shraddhalus are not inconvenienced. Interestingly, you spoke about Revdis, the first group of voters, middle class couple who we spoke to this morning here at CNN News 18 were against Revdi culture. They actually said, we don't want parties to give Revdis because you are giving it out of our tax-paid money. You're taking money from us, taxing us and giving it to somebody else. Don't do that. We are against that. But is that a sentiment that floats across the entire 67% of the middle class that constitutes the Delhi voter? We have to wait and watch. Ananya Bhatnagar joining us live. Ananya, whereabouts are you? Can you hear me, Ananya? Morning, where are you?
Well, yes, Anand, the mood is all set as far as the Delhi elections is concerned. You can see right behind me are people who are gearing up to vote. I'll also try to speak to some of them. Sir, आपका नाम क्या नाम है पहले तो?
मेरा नाम योगपाल सिंह है।
योगपाल सिंह जी, किस मुद्दे पे आज का चुनाव है? छतरपुर की ये विधानसभा है। किस तरीके से किस चीज़ को मद्देनजर रख के आपने अपना वोट दिया?
देखो, हमने वोट दिया है विकास के लिए और राष्ट्र के हित के लिए। नोटे सिंगल थी कि ये क्या हो रहा, वो क्या हो रहा, कौन सी पार्टी क्या कर रही है, हमें से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। बट मैं यहाँ 2000 से रह रहा हूँ और नेब सराय में जो इंदिरा एनक्लेव में मैं 2009 से रह रहा हूँ। 2000 से तो मैं दिल्ली में हूँ और 2009 से मैं नेब सराय में इंदिरा एनक्लेव में रह रहा हूँ। और मैं देखा
किस तरीके की जो मुद्दे हैं वो आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे? क्या
है कि जो हवाई है, लोग बाग करते हैं हवाई, मतलब पॉलिटिशियन आते हैं और भाई वोट लेकर चले जाते हैं और फिर कुछ काम नहीं होता है बिल्कुल भी। मैं देखता हूँ कि हमारे यहाँ ऊपर से पानी आता है मैदान गढ़ी से, और जो आता है और वो इस तरह आता है कि जैसे सैलाब आ रहा हो, और वो प्रॉब्लम आज तक सोल्व नहीं हुई। मैं 2009 से रह रहा हूँ।
So, there are issues that the people have, these are issues, but you can see the mood, Anand, I can show you. This is the polling station here in the Nepsarai area, the Chhatarpur constituency. You can see people are coming in, going out very beautifully. This whole, the polling station has been set up. The Delhi is all set to vote. Who will win? Who will have the bastion of the national capital is something that only time and the people of Delhi can tell us.
Well, thank you for that, Ananya. We'll go across to Arunima, who says there is a huge plethora of reporters from Punjab who are actively tracking what's happening in Delhi. And there has been allegations flying thick and fast that Bhagwant Mann has not only camped here, there has been activity of Punjab police and a lot of Punjab Aam Aadmi Party workers who have been trying to shore up or help the Delhi Aam Aadmi Party cadre and the Delhi leadership in these elections. Yes, Arunima?
Yes, so there's a lot of color that I can show you here. Of course, Ravinder, if you just pan the camera around, there are a lot of colleagues who have come from the neighbouring state of Punjab, all trying to capture the mood here. It's at the Aam Aadmi Party government here, both in Delhi and in Punjab, so they want to capture the mood here. There are bureaucrats who have trooped in. I saw some of the bureaucrats in their tracksuits, finishing their morning walk and then coming straight to the New Delhi booth to cast their votes. And just now, I saw a group of the Jhuggi Jhopdi voters also going in, Mahila voters. So they're taking it very seriously. Pehle matdan, phir jalpan. In fact, some voters are still coming in. Let me see if I can get a view. Vote देने आए हैं आप लोग. महिलाओं के लिए बहुत सारी इस बार अनाउंसमेंट की गई हैं. तो आप क्या सोच के वोट देंगे इस बार? Okay, they want to first cast their vote and then talk to the media. We'll give them that much time. Inside, if you see, the voters' assistance booths have been set up. This is, in a way, a VIP booth because Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia are to cast their votes here. All of them are being given a small plant, especially the first-time voters. They're being given a small plant. It is the ECI's way of tackling the pollution in Delhi. But the voters I spoke to said that we want the pollution not just But this fog of misinformation that has spread in this poll season, that also somebody to fight.
Well, we'd like to partner with the ECI on Project One Tree, because that's something that we would have in our hearts too as a campaign on the News 18 network. And if they are open to giving away one plant that you would plant and also take care and nurture, that just lends in with Project One Tree. So that's one of the things to do for us here at the News 18 network at Connect with the ECI. But Basuri Swaraj coming in to cast a ballot. Special CP Madhup Tiwari is where has cast a ballot where Arunima is. We have a lot of messages coming through urging netas, including Akhilesh Yadav, Mallikarjun Kharge, Arvind Kejriwal. Everyone is urging the voters to come out and vote in large numbers. Cast what is your fundamental right, do what is your duty towards the nation, go ahead and elect and go ahead and vote. That's what is, and participate in this process. That's democracy. That's the Delhi State BJP President Virendra Sachdeva there, along with Manoj Tiwari. I think he's there in the picture. No, that's not Manoj Tiwari, somebody else. At his booth, at his constituency, to try and cast his ballot. So one by one, all the local Delhi netas are coming out to cast their ballot. Hardeep Puri, Union Minister, and his wife, former diplomat Lakshmi Puri, have also cast their ballot. What's at stake for the Aam Aadmi Party? Let's try and understand this. Why is this critical for the AAP? Why are there a huge plethora of journalists from Punjab who are tracking this? Because there could be a spillover effect of the Delhi results into Punjab going forward. Victory validates the AAP model and Kejriwal's leadership. It also dents the two national parties and their ambitions to come back or break the jinx, claw back into Delhi, local Delhi politics. Arvind Kejriwal's Kattar Imandar image test. It's a big image test, especially because that Kattar Imandar claim versus Sheesh Mahal, and of course the entire proceedings against him, for which he is currently out on bail, the corruption around the excise duty, Sharab Ghotala. Sheesh Mahal episode, liquor scam, have they dented his image and perception? Has he actually delivered what he has promised to the people of Delhi? The trust of key vote banks, women, the working class. Poor results could also fuel dissent and further defections within the Aam Aadmi Party. They saw a huge dent. Nearly 8 Aam Aadmi Party MLAs had defected just as the countdown to Delhi polls had happened, or 5th of February had happened. In the last 3-4 days, these developments have happened. So the AAP clearly hurting a bit compared to 2020. What's at stake for the BJP? Out of power since 1998, chance to govern 27 years. It's the jinx they've not been able to break. The biggest political party in the world has not been able to stamp its authority in the national capital. In fact, they've been voted out of the MCD also. Success would boost the party's national image. Victory could guide strategies in other states. The fight also puts BJP's restructured state unit on test. What's at stake for the Congress party, which has so far been an outlier, but is it becoming a challenger? Is it going to claw back into about a 20-25% vote share? And what does that mean? Even a single seat win in election would not just save face, it would re-energize. And somewhere there are many within the Congress who believe they need to not look at partnerships but consolidate the Congress itself, the astitwa of Congress. Will that strategy pay off? We have to wait and watch. Reclaim traditional vote base, especially minorities. Performance could also influence future alliances. And then there is Bihar elections coming up towards the end of the year. Good show puts them back, perhaps in a bargaining position within the opposition, within the INDI alliance. Will it also perhaps silence the detractors? Guarantees could prove to be a success formula. Revdis, the middle class seems to be rejecting it, but is there a particular section of voters who want these doles, who want parties to promise them, saying you give it to me, and if there is delivery, the promise of delivery, even if it hurts the exchequer, they don't care. Zaka Jacob, this Revdi politics, will it work? Is this middle class going to ask for it? Interestingly, a lot of people, even Arunima has spoken to some, and we'll play that interaction in a bit. They've also said they don't want Revdis.
Yeah, but I think, the people for whom the Revdis actually matter are the Juggi Jopadi voters, the slum cluster voters, where the Aam Aadmi Party has a real stranglehold over the last couple of election cycles. Anand, you were talking about the people, the MLAs who were dropped. Aam Aadmi Party dropped 24 out of the 62 MLAs, the sitting MLAs that the party has. That's a large number. That's more than 1/3 of their legislature contingent. They dropped 24, out of which 8, which is again a third, interestingly, joined the BJP just at the last minute, just in the last few days, running up to today, voting day. So where are these MLAs who they dropped? Predominantly, they are there in the western part of Delhi. In Harinagar, the sitting MLA was dropped. Rajkumar Dillon, he was dropped. In Uttam Nagar, the sitting MLA was dropped. That was Posh Balyan of the AAP is now fighting from that seat. In the neighbouring seat of Palam, the AAP MLA was dropped, Matiala, and then in the outer Delhi constituencies, Bijwasan, of course, the MLA who was there, Bhupinder Singh Jogi, he was dropped. Naresh Yadav of the Aam Aadmi Party, who won from Mehroli in South Delhi, was dropped. Also a bunch of constituencies on the other side of the Yamuna. So 24 is a significant number. So whether or not these local satraps in these areas, will they have impact? Will they be able to hurt the official Aam Aadmi Party candidate? Or this whole strategy of changing? By the way, this is a BJP playbook. This is a BJP playbook that Mr. Modi has used from his time as Chief Minister in Gujarat to change about a third of the sitting MLAs in a bid to try and negate anti-incumbency. Also, Aam Aadmi Party, if you remember, Anand, were the first ones to announce their candidates. Even before the Election Commission announced its dates, they declared, I think, in almost all the 70 seats, they declared their candidates. So will they have that first mover advantage? We'll have to wait and see.
Did they declare those candidates because those candidates had never been exposed to that constituency and they needed time to work on ground? That's one aspect. But how much of it will it help or hurt the AAP? The voter has to decide. You, the voter of Delhi, have to decide that. What a change or turn of fortunes for someone like Sandeep Dixit, who was an outlier within the Congress party, and today Rahul Gandhi has come with him in his car.
Yeah.
And so politics also is a game of patience, and it's a long game. So over 10 years, Sandeep Dixit has gone from almost a pariah to someone who's right there beside perhaps the party's face, that is Rahul Gandhi.
I think that was very important signaling. If we can get Pallavi also back on the line, because Sandeep Dixit, Ajay Maken, the old guard of the Delhi Congress, they were people who were tooth and nail opposed to the Aam Aadmi Party. In Sandeep Dixit's case, it was very personal as well, because Arvind Kejriwal first defeated Sheila Dixit, and that's how he came to power. And in a sense, Arvind Kejriwal dismantled the whole Sheila Dixit legacy in Delhi. So there was this old school of Delhi Congress politicians who were very anti-Aam Aadmi Party. Of course, when the India alliance happened, they all got sidelined because the larger picture, and certainly Rahul Gandhi seemed to believe this, the larger picture was to defeat the BJP nationally, therefore they needed the Aam Aadmi Party. That's the only reason why the AAP and the Congress went into an alliance in the Lok Sabha election last time around. Of course, they didn't win a single seat in Delhi. But I think the fact that Rahul Gandhi today arrived for his vote, he generally arrives with his mother, but he made it a point to arrive there in the same car with Sandeep Dixit, who is fighting in the New Delhi Assembly constituency against Arvind Kejriwal, sends out a very, very clear signal that Rahul Gandhi is now backing the likes of an Ajay Maken or a Sandeep Dixit, who are old guard in the Delhi Congress, who have finally, I think, managed to convince him that, riding piggyback with the Aam Aadmi Party is not helping the Congress's cause in Delhi, and that the Congress needs to stand on its own 2 feet in Delhi. And that's the only way they can start reviving in Delhi.
Well, and have the personal barbs, have the jibes from Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, has that actually helped or hurt the Congress party, or and more importantly, has it rejuvenated and triggered this? Because Ajay Maken, who was first pulled out of a press conference that he wanted to do quite early on, has now been at the forefront of asking and perhaps slamming, punching holes into the entire Aam Aadmi Party reimagining or re-envisioning Delhi's education policy, which was the hallmark or the plank for the AAP. He's been questioning it and hammering at it, and perhaps not unless that the Congress party allows him or gives him the green signal to go ahead and do so. We've got Neta speaking, Basuri Swaraj, after casting her vote.
एक सामूहिक मैं रुकी हुई हूँ। अरे भाई आज दिल्ली में लोकतंत्र का महापर्व है। मैं दिल्ली के देवतुल्य मतदाता से करबद्ध प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि आज भारी संख्या में अपने अपने मतदान केंद्र में आकर ये जो लोकतंत्र का महापर्व है, इसमें शिरकत करें और आकर अपना डेमोक्रेटिक राइट इसको एक्सरसाइज जरूर करें, ताकि विकसित राष्ट्र की एक विकसित राजधानी दिल्ली भी बन सके।
27 साल से जो ड्रॉप चल रहा था, लगता है कि बीजेपी विल बी एबल टू ब्रेक दैट थिंग।
सर्टनली आप देख लीजिएगा, 8 तारीख को आप देखेंगे यहाँ पर केवल कमल खिले।
कौन से ऐसे मुद्दे आपको लगता है कि दिल्ली की जनता को बाहर निकल के उनको वोट डालने?
देखिए, ऐसा है, आप भी जानते हैं कि यहाँ पर किस प्रकार का कुशासन 1 दशक से चल रहा है। सड़क, पानी, बिजली, सीवेज, ड्रेनेज, जो एक ही प्रकार के कुशासन का शिकार हुई है और 10 वर्षों से यहाँ पर ये सारी की सारी व्यवस्थाएं चरमरा गई हैं। मैंने कहा ना, विकसित भारत के विकसित राजधानी बनाने के लिए देवतुल्य मतदाता को आज आकर मतदान केंद्र में अपना मतदान अवश्य देना है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ जो एफआईआर लगाई यमुना मामले में, उसमें कैसे?
देखिए, वो एफआईआर बहुत स्वाभाविक है। मैंने हमेशा चुनावी जुमलों के बारे में सुना था। ये पहली बार मैं चुनावी छलावों को देख रही हूँ कि अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए जहर की राजनीति पर उतर आया एक पर्टिकुलर राजनीतिक दल, और ये सही नहीं है। जनता को भ्रमित करने का, असत्य का सहारा लिया गया और इसीलिए ये एफआईआर होनी स्वाभाविक है।
Well, Manish Sisodia has also reached his voting area and constituency, and he's fighting from Jangpura this time around, not from Patparganj, but he's come to cast his vote. Arunima is on ground. We'll try and go across to her. Arunima, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Anand.
Yeah. Take us through what's happening on ground. Manish Sisodia and his wife approaching there. Yeah.
Yes, Manish Sisodia and his wife have arrived at this booth at Lady Irwin. Ravinder, my colleague, is trying to give you those shots. When I asked Mr. Manish Sisodia, what really was his message for the Delhi voters, he only said that, he would like to cast his vote first and then go on to give that message to the Delhi voters. So Mr. Sisodia has just gone in. Ravinder has given you those shots. This is a very important battle for him. Not only has he moved away from the Patparganj constituency.
Right there, I just lost you, Arunima. Farhad Suri, Tarvinder Singh Marwa, Manish Sisodia, Jangpura, new constituency. Why has he moved away from Patparganj? Is that a huge signaling? Was there anti-incumbency there? Many people have asked this question. And of course, due the last 4 or 5 years for Mr. Sisodia have not been so comfortable. He spent quite an amount of time behind bars, incarcerated, all under this entire excise scam around the liquor policy scam. Will there be a dent in his image? What will Jangpura decide? Many believe it's a comfortable seat for the AAP. That's what they believe because of the number of minority votes in this season. But are the minorities also now disoriented and disenchanted with the AAP? Are they going to go back to the to the Congress party or perhaps even move to the BJP? Given what is the promise of a Viksit Delhi, and everybody has been talking that Delhi does not look like the Rajdhani, does not look like the national capital. Viksit Bharat ki Viksit Delhi is the pitch or the promise that the Prime Minister has made. We'll go back on the story of the Congress versus the BJP versus the AAP, the three-way fight in the national capital. A resurgent Congress, is there a signaling that's happened? We'll talk about that. 27-year jinx for the BJP, will they break it? Our reporters and of course our coverage after a very short break. Stay with us.
For a triangular contest between the Aam Aadmi Party, Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress. With over 13,000 polling stations across 70 constituencies, the stakes are high for all the three parties. Aam Aadmi Party-led Arvind Kejriwal seeks a third consecutive term, while BJP aims to reclaim power after more than 2 decades. Congress, striving for a comeback, hopes to regain its lost ground, and these parties, including the BJP, which earlier had been adverse to freebies, has now targeted voters with various social welfare schemes. However, during the campaigning, they deployed strategies on ground that were curated as per their strength and weaknesses. I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Akash Sharma. Akash, you're reporting from the New Delhi constituency and are tracking Parvesh Verma, the BJP candidate. So what is the preparation out there? What time is he planning to cast his vote today?
Well, ahead of going to his booth, Pravesh Verma has arrived here, Sherin, here at ITO Ghat. I'm showing you these visuals where the special puja is going on here at ITO Ghat. Sherin, when it is about Yamuna, so we know that how Yamuna has remained in focus in these elections, and both the parties, in fact, all three parties have talked about it, be it Aam Aadmi Party, Bharatiya Janata Party, or the Indian National Congress. They have talked about Yamuna, the cleaning of Yamuna, and all those stories where we have talked about the poison in Yamuna, and in fact the allegations coming from Aam Aadmi Party. But this picture is important because there I'm showing you the visuals of Pravesh Verma, who is the BJP candidate from New Delhi constituency, performing special puja archana here. And Sharon, you see, this election was all about this Yamuna, and I'm showing you the visuals of this Yamuna as well. Every time during Chhat we see this picture, this is the ghat where we have devotees coming, taking a dip, and performing all those religious practices that we talk about. And today, ahead of the polling, Pravesh Verma has reached here. In fact, we have several pundits and this special anushthan that is going on. Sharon, in some time from now, in fact, it is 7 a.m., just 1 minute left, and we will have polling begin. And, ahead of it, this is the picture. More than 13,000 polling, stations, as you rightly pointed out. And, we have more than 1.5 crore voters, who are going to vote today. 70 assembly constituencies. We have Aam Aadmi Party ruling here from last 10 years. This time it is a tough battle between Aam Aadmi Party, Bharatiya Janata Party and Indian National Congress. We have seen that how candidates were involved in the intensified campaign from last 30 days. We have been noticing both on social media and on ground. And today is the final day on 8th of February. Sharon, we are going to see the results. But ahead of it, this is the final day, the exam day for all these 70 constituencies.
Absolutely. Today is the exam day when Delhi goes to poll. Right now, we have seen what Pravesh Verma is doing. Let's now talk about what is Sandeep Dixit doing, the Congress candidate from New Delhi constituency. He has, in fact, exclusively spoken to CNN News 18. Let's listen into it.
What is your message to the young voters?
Nothing. Just come out and vote. Vote for a good Delhi. Vote for a prosperous Delhi. And now, today I will not ask anybody to vote for any party. I'm just saying vote for good candidates. Vote for a good government.
So this was, in fact, Sandeep Dixit, who will now be going to cast his vote in fact, the Delhi elections. Very clearly, the Delhi is all set to vote. Mr. Dixit will be heading to vote himself as well, and has urged the young people here in the national capital to actually go out and vote, and very clearly saying that, vote for good candidates, vote for a good governance in the national capital. I am Ananya Bhatnagar with video journalist Anand Singh for CNN News 18 from the national capital.
All right, I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Ananya Bhatnagar. Ananya, you just spoke to Sandeep Dixit. How confident is he? Because this is his first assembly election. Before this, he has contested Lok Sabha elections, but not assembly elections. So how is he feeling, and what time is he planning to cast his vote?
Well, he's already inside, as you can see right behind me. He's inside this polling center where he'll be casting his own vote. And very clearly, Sandeep Dixit seemed to be very, very confident. But the clear message that he had for the voters of the national capital and the voters of Delhi was that, please vote for a good governance and vote for a good candidate. He said that, across the party lines, he says that it's not that I'm going to say that you vote for a particular political party today, but vote for a good candidate.
मैं आज अपने परिवार के साथ दिल्ली वालों की बेहतर जिंदगी के लिए वोट डाल कर आया हूँ और भाई माइक को नीचे कर दो। हम वोट डालने जा रहे हैं। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों से भी अपील करूंगा अपने बच्चों की अच्छी शिक्षा के लिए, अपने परिवार के लोगों के अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए, दिल्ली में बिजली पानी के लिए, इन सब के लिए वोट डालें। भाई माइक नीचे कर दो सारे। और वोट का अधिकार मिला ही इसलिए है कि हम अपने वोट के अधिकार से अपने बच्चों की अच्छी शिक्षा, अच्छे स्वास्थ्य, परिवार के लोगों के लिए बिजली, पानी, विकास, वेलफेयर, महिलाओं की सुरक्षा, इस सब के लिए काम करने वाली सरकार चुन सकें।
इधर उधर की बातें करने वाली गाली गलौज वाली गुंडागिरी वाली सरकार हमारे ऊपर ना बैठे। ये सब हम लोगों की जिम्मेदारी है। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों से अपील करूंगा अपने बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए भारी से भारी संख्या में बाहर निकलें, घरों से बाहर निकलें और वोट डालकर जरूर आए।
ठीक है। बहुत लंबा कैंपेनिंग का दौर चला और अब क्या उम्मीद लग रही है?
उम्मीद तो शिक्षा की क्रांति जीतेगी।
चलिए थोड़ा फर्स्ट टाइम है थोड़ी आप छोड़ दीजिए, थोड़े से गेट छोड़ दीजिए प्लीज। चलिए सर आप थोड़ा सा प्लीज
हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए।
So Manish Sisodia yet again making the Shiksha Ki Kranti pitch, even as the Delhi Chief Minister Atishi walks in to cast her ballot at her constituency, where she has to cast her vote. That is the voting booth where Atishi, the Chief Minister of Delhi, is going to cast her ballot. Will she speak? What does she have to say? We have to wait and watch. But this entire narrative of the Aam Aadmi Party around education, around Saaf Delhi, around connected Delhi, around Saaf Yamuna and good clean politics, has that come a cropper now after about the last decade and a half? That's the big question. What does the Delhi voter actually think? And does the Delhi voter at the local level trust anybody else? Or will they go back and give the Aam Aadmi Party yet another chance, but albeit not as such a heavy mandate as they got in 2020, where they took 62 of the 70 seats? Is it a three-corner fight really? Is it a two-way fight, or is it just one big clean sweep? Now, is this a wave of pro-incumbency or is it a wave of anti-incumbency? It's all at the hands of the voter of Delhi. And of course, later this evening, there will be the exit pollsters who will try and predict, and we'll try and get you the poll of polls here at CNN News 18. But right now, we're tracking the voters. There's also the big Kumbh Pravas, or the Kumbh visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and coverage of that will start shortly around 10 a.m. because it's a big day, 5th of February. That's when 2 days after Basant Panchami, that the Prime Minister is going to Prayagraj, where nearly more than 30 crore devotees have already taken a dip. By the 26th of February, people are expecting that there will be at least about 40 to 45 crore people, a sea of humanity never before, who would have visited Prayagraj for the Mahakumbh. Let's come back to the elections and look at the vote matrix and how is it that Delhi has voted in the past. And let's look at the numbers. The vote matrix very, very clearly shows that the Aam Aadmi Party, the Lok Sabha leads and the 2015, 2019 Lok Sabha leads, 2024 Lok Sabha leads, the Aam Aadmi Party held sway largely with increasing its presence in its vote share. If you look at the matrix, the Congress has continued to dip, but post 2019 it saw a bit of an up, where it breached the 20% vote share, then came back with the Vidhan Sabha, but then again came near about the 20% vote share mark with the Lok Sabha. But when you look at 2013, 2014, 2015, 2019, 2020 and 2024 for the BJP, that graph has, after dipping in 2015, has consistently gone up even at the local level. For the AAP, their biggest surge was in 2015 and 2020, where they almost had similar. They mirrored their vote shares and performance of 2015 and 2020. Will they do a hat-trick of the same? That's the big question. Does it seem like that, or is there a different trend this time around? Which are the pockets where the AAP will find perhaps some tight fights? Which are the seats, about 20, 30 odd seats, where they believe that they're real challenge?
I think the Purvanchali voters, particularly in the last 2 or 3 election cycles, and again because the Aam Aadmi Party has such a stranglehold over them, they will be of significant influence, particularly in what is the eastern Jamna Par seats on the other side of the Yamuna. 25 seats where the Purvanchali voters, primarily from Eastern Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, out of those 25 seats, 21 last time around was won by the Aam Aadmi Party. Again, significant vote share, 53%. The BJP only had 40%. So there's a 13% vote gap there, as President Draupadi Murmu is casting her vote inside the Rashtrapati Bhavan estate.
Yes, that's the President estate, where all the staffers, those who are around the Rashtrapati Bhavan and working, including the President, they go and cast their ballot. So the President, Draupadi Murmu, doing what is her fundamental duty, and perhaps leading by example, telling the voters of Delhi that go ahead and do your duty, go ahead and cast your ballot, participate in this festival of democracy and this process of democracy to choose a government that you would have also contributed towards electing. Smita Prakash, editor ANI with us, Ravi Srivastava, political analyst, also joining us. Good early morning to the two of you. Thank you very much for joining us and being a partner with us in this coverage at CNN News 18. Smita Prakash, ungli kiya ki nahi, vote kiya ki nahi?
Good morning, Anand. Good morning, Zaka. Would be very happy to leave and cast my vote as soon as my live with you is over. Very interested. I never miss the chance of casting a vote for the state as well as the central election. Haven't missed it so far in all these years. Of course, I'm not telling you how many times. You will guess my age then. But yeah, it's a very peculiar election, Anand, to answer you. I dislike using the word referendum because we don't have it in our constitution, in our democracy. But it is in a way, or in actuality, it does become a referendum to see whether or not Delhi wants the man who had captured the imagination of the city for more than a decade to be at the helm of affairs again. Yes, granted that right now Atishi is the chief minister, but it's actually she herself called herself a placeholder for Arvind Kejriwal. So, you know, earlier in the bulletin you had said that it's a kind of battle of survival for the Congress, but I think it's a battle for survival, respectfully I'd say, it's a battle for survival for the Aam Aadmi Party. Because, you know, if the big three who you just showed, which is Manish Sisodia or Atishi or Arvind Kejriwal, if the three of them don't make it, and if the Aam Aadmi Party barely makes it, there are going to be repercussions even in Punjab. And the Congress has only one way to go, which is upwards. They are at zero right now. So what can they lose anyway? This battle is not for them to lose, you know. They are going to make an improvement one way or the other in their vote share. Will they make a dent as far as a seat is concerned? That would be a bonus. And of course, what you showed Sandeep Dikshit driving in Rahul Gandhi, I think somewhere you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being sensitive to Congress of the Delhi.
I'm going to interrupt you for a bit. Atishi is speaking. We'll hear her and come back to you.
के साथ काम के साथ रहेगा और दिल्ली के लोग भी इस धर्म युद्ध में काम को, सच्चाई को, अच्छाई को अपना वोट जरूर देंगे। देखिए, ये बिल्कुल साफ है, इस चुनाव में गुंडागर्दी सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नहीं की है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और दिल्ली पुलिस की साठ गांठ में गुंडागर्दी हुई है। जहां पर भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी चुनाव आचार संहिता का उल्लंघन कर रही थी, पुलिस ने उनको पूरा सपोर्ट दिया, शह दी, उनको लोकेशन से भगाया। जगह जगह पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पदाधिकारियों के ठिकानों पर पैसा मिला, फ्लाइंग स्क्वाड्स तक पहुंचे, पर दिल्ली पुलिस नहीं पहुंची। तो ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि जो गुंडागर्दी चुनाव में हो रही है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी और दिल्ली।
Well, I think we just lost the feed with Atishi, but is Atishi as a chief minister soon after casting her vote, is she allowed to say all that she has said on the day that the Delhi voter is going to poll? So we'll leave a question mark, and it's up for the other parties to take cognizance and the Election Commission of India to take cognizance. But I am personally privy to this fact that the Election Commission has done their job. The flying squads were checking their cars. My car was also stopped and it was checked. They said that we have got to do our duty, and as a citizen we also allowed them to do frisk and random checking, and they said we are checking all cars and we are not doing anybody any favors. Atishi herself has been blamed late last evening that one of her key aides right outside her residence was found in a vehicle with about 5 lakh rupees cash. So there are allegations flying thick and fast both ways. But today is the day where the voter is not going to decide on the last 24 hours, is going to decide on the last 5 years what's happened. Smita Prakash, please complete what you are saying. Then we go across to Ravi Srivastava and also Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining us live.
Yeah, I was in fact talking about Atishi herself, that she had called herself a placeholder for Arvind Kejriwal. So it's a kind of, a very difficult battle for her also, because Ramesh Biduri is not an easy person, and then she has Alka Lamba against her. So it's a tough battle for her also, and for her existence as chief minister. Even if Aam Aadmi Party comes back to power, whether she continues, it is a peculiar battle. And one looks. You were talking about whether she can make these kind of comments. The thing is, the Aam Aadmi Party has already said, expressed their displeasure in the way the election commission has handled the Delhi election, and Arvind Kejriwal in fact even raised the question all over again about the EVM, saying that vote yahan dalenge, button yahan dabayenge to vote kahin aur jayega. So 10% vote depends on whether the Mahilas come out and vote for him. So already Aam Aadmi Party laying the ground that it is an unhappy situation as far as election management is concerned from the election commission. But interesting that even your car got checked. It's true, all across Delhi, the police has been really at every chalk, every nukkad they are watching. The Juggi areas have also been extensively covered. So we are seeing a heavy presence of police, CCTV cameras everywhere, and everything is being recorded. Even the police, when they're checking, there is somebody with them with the camera who's recording them checking the cars. So, leaving nothing to chance. Of course, there have been instances where party workers have scuffled with the police. That happened late last night, and towards the early hours of the morning, action has been taken on them too.
Yes, and the Election Commission is doing its job. The allegations will fly thick and fast across the interesting to see that Marxist-Leninists are calling it a dharm yudh. They have taken to faith. So Indian politics trust politics here in Bharat to redefine words like secular, redefine words like being left. And following this aspects of socialism and communism, because largely communists are supposed to be atheists, but all that goes out of the window, be it in Kerala or anywhere else. But this election is hard fought. It's a battle for all three parties, like you said, Smita Prakash. For the Aam Aadmi Party, it's survival. Congress, it's survival. For the BJP to break a 27-year-old jinx. Pallavi Ghosh with us. How significant is the fact that Rahul Gandhi arrived with Sandeep Dikshit? We are waiting to track, we are also tracking Priyanka Vadra and Sonia Gandhi whenever they step out to cast their vote. But Pallavi, how significant is this? Is this a message going forward that the India alliance is over? There is going to be no truck with the Aam Aadmi Party going forward. And the Congress trying to say, we will now fight on our own.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly answer all your questions, but Anand, to adding to you the point which you just made about Congress Party, a fight for survival, it's also a fight for relevance. And there's a reason why I'm standing right outside Parliament, because whatever results come out will have a deep impact on the relevance of the India bloc as a cohesive group inside the Parliament as well. See, till now the India bloc has avoided holding any meetings. They want to kind of cover the lid on the differences within, though the differences are very apparent. And Smita is right in the studio with you. And I'm talking about Pawan Khera's podcast, which he's just given to her. And look at the change in language. He's actually gone on record now to say that AAP is a threat to democracy, which means the Congress has come a long away from that stand that they took to go into an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party. And I remember Rahul Gandhi would often say that there's a lot we need to learn from the Aam Aadmi Party. And this coming from a party like the Congress, which actually was completely eroded because AAP grew on the basis of finishing off the Congress. Their vote bank is pretty much the same. 15 years of Sheila Dikshit's legacy was completely wiped out. Some very harsh words were used by Arvind Kejriwal for Sheila Dikshit, and today her son has got the complete backing. Of course, they are going to be cynics, and I would be one of them wondering why is it that the Congress Party took such a long time to realize that while you talk about unity at a national level, at the local level it's just not possible. For example, again I'm going to go back to my home state of Bengal. Mamata Banerjee understood this very early. She realized that India bloc is okay, but my enemies are as much the BJP as the left on the ground. So she had no truck with them. Today, the Congress Party is speaking with loud voices, talking about the fact that they are a threat to democracy, so on and so forth. And very quickly, should the Aam Aadmi Party lose these elections, it's going to have a deep impact on the India bloc, where TMC and SP, which voted and campaigned, have not voted, but campaigned for AAP, are certainly going to blame the Congress Party for helping or enabling the BJP.
Now, or will they also then treat the AAP like a pariah and leave them, dump them around ahead of Bihar? And then, of course, we are building up to Punjab. What happens in Delhi will also have a spillover effect and a huge effect in Punjab. There's a bevy of Punjab reporters who are currently in Delhi tracking this election. So they also know it will have a big impact on the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress, and of course, the SAD BJP's fortunes in Punjab and what's going to happen there. Ravi Srivastava, one of the founder members of the Aam Aadmi Party. क्या सोच रहे हैं आप?
Good morning, Anand, and good morning, Jaka, and panelists, co-panelists. See, first of all, I have a little objection to your calling Atishi Marlena a Marxist. Her name does in fact Marx and
I
Lenin.
didn't call her Marxist. I just said that people who are Marxist, Leninists and who follow them are also talking about Dharmyudh. That's all I said.
No, yeah, but I think she has given up that ideology that remains with her parental lineage and all, and she is very much secular, like Aam Aadmi, I mean, being a founder of Aam Aadmi Party. Yes, she was a co-founder with me of Aam Aadmi Party. And the issue here is, Anand, that what for BJP is so desperate. You know what, at least Arvind Kejriwal has got something to show on the ground. Look, he could not control the pollution, he could not clean the Yamuna, he could not provide that so many thousand kilometers of the sewage lines and all that. Right. But at least he and his team was on the ground. They were trying to work. I think that people of Delhi know very well. And there is a big chunk of the women voters, the minority voters and the Dalit voters who are very strongly with Aam Aadmi Party. And the 15% delta of that assembly election is too huge for BJP to bridge that. And what BJP has been doing in last 5 or 10 years is to keep people in the jail, making allegations, making abuses, making all kind of, nasty things about Aam Aadmi Party. Instead of doing a hand holding with a small party, they were always pouncing upon them and trying to finish them. I think no party can be finished. Somebody was talking in the morning, first time Arvind Kejriwal fought 400 seats in the Lok Sabha. I recall it very well. And even in the first round, historically in the country, first round they won 4 seats for the Lok Sabha. Although what subsequently happened was a history, but then he could do it. He could persuade people, he could convince people. He himself went and fought against Narendra Modi.
Ravi Srivastava ji, interrupting you, the LG is speaking.
उनसे भी अपील की थी कि वो भी वोट करें. ये लोकतंत्र का पर्व है. आप 5 साल के लिए अपनी बागडोर किसी को सौंपते हैं, तो इसलिए हर नागरिक जो वोटर है उसको वोट करना जरूरी है. मैं समझता हूं कि दिल्ली की जनता बढ़ चढ़कर वोट करेगी और अपनी सरकार चुनेगी. ये इसलिए भी जरूरी है कि आपके वोट से ही निर्धारित होता है कि आप क्या चाहते हैं अपनी सिटी में, अपनी स्टेट में. आज का दिन ड्यूटी का दिन है, छुट्टी का दिन नहीं है. और मैं एक बार फिर दिल्ली की जनता से अपील करता हूं कि वो बढ़ चढ़कर वोट करें और इस पर्व में शामिल हों.
सर, बतौर एलजी और दिल्ली का सिटीजन होने के नाते आपके भी क्या मुद्दे हैं जिनको ध्यान में रख करके आपने भी वोट जो है वो आज कास्ट किया?
देखिए, दिल्ली में बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो जनता की निगाह में हैं. पोल्यूशन एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है, कूड़े के पहाड़ बहुत बड़े मुद्दे हैं, यमुना की सफाई एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है. इस तरीके की बहुत सारी ऐसी इश्यूज हैं जो जनता को मेरे ख्याल से ध्यान में रखना होगा. और शायद अभी जिस तरीके की वोटिंग हो रही है, मुझे यकीन है कि इन सब मुद्दों को ध्यान में रखकर ही वोटिंग होगी.
Thank you so much.
So the LG there trying to rake up some of the key issues that could be the pain points while steering clear of what could perhaps be the thumbs up moment, but saying that the voter turnout is quite heavy. We'll try and get you an update on the voter turnout. So far it's 9 o'clock on the 9:15. So we should have the 9 a.m. data in a bit. So since morning, since about 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. in 2 hours, how has Delhi voted on a working day? Ravi Srivastava said history may fail, maths may fail, science may fail, economics may fail, overall fail in terms of not delivering on a lot of issues, but at least showed up for the examination. Came there and said with the intent, wrote the papers with intent, marks nahi mile to kya hua, at least they were present. What about the others? They have not even contributed. That was one point of view. Zaka Jacob, what could be the critical factors? Let's get onto the wall. Where is it that Arvind Kejriwal can win or lose the elections? Where is it that the BJP can win or lose the elections?
Well, let's look at some of the tight fights. Interestingly, I mean, this was a massive sweep. The last 3 election cycles, particularly the last 2, 2015 and 2020, the AAP won convincingly. I mean, they got 67 in 2015 and 62 in 2020. But there were close contests as well. In the context of Delhi, the close contests are anything that's less than 10,000 vote margin. There weren't too many. There were 14 out of 70. That's about a fifth of the entire assembly, of which 10 the Aam Aadmi Party won. Look at the vote share difference. It's negligible between the BJP at 46.39, almost 46.4, and the Aam Aadmi Party at 46.75. So just a 0.3% vote share difference between the two parties. Remember, statewide, there was a 13-14% vote share difference. But in these 14 seats, some of them are in central Delhi, a lot of them are in the Jamuna Par side of Delhi, and a couple of outer Delhi constituencies. In these 14 seats, 10 of which the AAP won, 4 of which the BJP won. If the BJP can start sort of flipping the margins, if it starts winning these tight contests, if it gets those extra 10 more seats, for example, then it becomes much tighter across the rest of Delhi. So this 14 out of the 62 that the Aam Aadmi Party won, 50 of them were above 10,000 margin, but there were 14 seats where they could, the BJP could really give the AAP a chance, sort of a run for its money. I also want to quickly just run you through, like I keep saying this, the Delhi voter is so schizophrenic. The Congress, and people are talking about the Congress, revival of the Congress, it might not win seats, but it will put up a fight. It had only a 4% vote share in the 2020 Vidhan Sabha. In the 2024 Lok Sabha, and I must add the caveat, Congress and AAP fought together. So the Congress vote share, which is at 19%, so it went from 4% to almost 20%. So that's a jump of 16% in partnership with the Aam Aadmi Party. It was leading in 8 assembly segments. If the Congress is able to repeat this performance, repeat its performance of the Lok Sabha 2024, where they did not win a single seat, but they're able to get close to 20% vote share, 1 out of 5 voters of Delhi, then that means they will hurt the Aam Aadmi Party. Because look at the Aam Aadmi Party's vote share. It fell from 53 or 54 in Vidhan Sabha 2020 down to just 24. And that same got translated to the BJP. The BJP had 38% in Vidhan Sabha 2020. In Lok Sabha 2024, they had 54. So there's that 20% schizophrenic voter in Delhi who is happy to vote for the BJP in the Lok Sabha and also happy to vote for the Aam Aadmi Party in the Vidhan Sabha.
Well, just quickly, do you have the 2015 data with you?
Yeah.
So if you look at 2015 and 2020, the AAP had similar vote shares, but did they plot similarly? So they won 67 in...
More or less. 67 in 2015, 62 in 2020. So they net they lost 5 seats, but the vote share was pretty much similar, 54%,
So the BJP
53%.
made a difference? Did the BJP
The
go up?
BJP actually went up from 32% to 38%, I think, in 2020. 38% was what the BJP had. It went up by about 6%, yeah, almost 40%. So they went up by about 8%. But the Congress fell by 1%. The Aam Aadmi was more or less the same, 54 in 2015, 53 in 2020.
So the AAP retains its vote share. The BJP pulls votes from the Congress party and some others who had not voted otherwise. So that was the trend in 2015 and 2020. But things are different 5 years down the line. What Mr. Ravi Srivastava said, that the AAP was able to win 4 Lok Sabha seats the first time they contested. A lot of water has flown down the Yamuna, along with a lot of pollutants too, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us.
MDH का किचन
Away from you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered because any time now, Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP. The Congress, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dikshit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped
Yes,
the
totally.
intensity.
And
this
I would
entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal. Now, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand, and a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitva. I think the latter finally took place because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, that it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters, and will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way, or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
सर क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले? You have always been an early voter.
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public is in a mood for change.
Sir, what are the issues you're voting for? Sir, what are the issues you think are important for Delhi?
So Dr. Jaishankar not offering much, saying I've been a Delhi voter and I believe that the public are in a mood for change. Rahul Gandhi, fresh pictures coming through. Rahul Gandhi has arrived to cast his vote. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes, Pallavi.
Yeah, in fact, look at the pictures right in front of me, and this is a very interesting picture because you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dikshit, who is, of course, a New Delhi constituency. I think these pictures say it all. I mean, the Congress party, we were just talking about this, Anand, a short while back, getting into this fight belatedly, but I think this is one of the most interesting and aggressive fights. Sandeep Dikshit has used up the legacy, and I'm just seeing those shots. I'm leaving you with these shots, Anand, where Sandeep Dikshit has walked inside with Rahul Gandhi. They came in the same car together, and after that flip-flop where Rahul Gandhi was in two minds whether you really need to put up a big fight against Arvind Kejriwal, I think finally he decided that this is it, this is what we really need to do, and bringing Sandeep Dikshit along with him in the same car, going inside and casting
बीजेपी का चुनाव है, जिस चुनाव नहीं है, ये एक धर्म युद्ध है, ये अच्छाई और बुराई की लड़ाई है, ये सत्य और असत्य की लड़ाई है, ये काम और गुंडागर्दी की लड़ाई है। एक तरफ पढ़े लिखे, ईमानदार, काम करने वाले लोग हैं और दूसरी तरफ गाली गलौच, गुंडागर्दी करने वाले लोग हैं। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई पर, सच्चाई पर, काम पर अपना वोट देंगे। दिल्ली के लोग बुराई को हराएंगे, दिल्ली के लोग गुंडागर्दी को हराएंगे। देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस कुछ भी कर सकती है। दिल्ली पुलिस खुल्लम खुल्ला भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए काम कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता गुंडागर्दी कर रहे हैं, वोटर्स को डरा रहे हैं, उनके ठिकानों पर पैसा मिल रहा है। इलेक्शन कमीशन खड़ी है, फ्लाइंग स्क्वाड्स घंटे घंटे तक खड़े हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी के ठिकानों पर दिल्ली पुलिस नहीं आती है।
मतलब बिल्कुल निष्पक्षता से काम करते हैं और आप आइए देखिए, अपने से एक एक प्रोसेस देखिए, आपको आनंद आएगा।
पोलिंग ऑफिशियल जो इन्वॉल्व हैं 1.5 लाख के आसपास जो दिल्ली में इलेक्शन कराएं, उनके लिए क्या कहना है आपका?
उनका मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, सारे पोलिंग ऑफिशियल्स का, सारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का, एमसीडी का, एनडीएमसी का, सबके लोग बहुत मेहनत से, बहुत शिद्दत से पिछले 1-2 महीने से लगे हुए हैं और सारे आरओज, सारे डिप्टी कमिश्नर्स ऑफ पुलिस सब मेहनत कर रहे हैं और उसी का फल है कि करीब 12-13 हजार से ऊपर रैलीज और सभाएं पिछले 1 महीने में दिल्ली में हुई, मतलब पीसफुली हुई। जो छोटी मोटी घटनाएं हुई, जिनकी शिकायतें हुई, उनको इमीडिएटली उन पर कार्रवाई हुई, जो भी यथा कानून कार्रवाई है। तो ये निष्पक्षता है और ये लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है। हमने हिदायत भी दी हुई है सबको बहुत सख्त कि सब लोग बिल्कुल लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड को, फेयर प्ले को सुनिश्चित करेंगे और अगर ऐसा नहीं करेंगे तो कमीशन विल बी वेरी टफ विद देम।
जो पार्टियों की सर कंप्लेंट आपको मिली है, चाहे कांग्रेस हो, बीजेपी हो, आम आदमी पार्टी हो, उन पर किस तरह का एक्शन लिया गया है?
देखिए, अभी एक रिलीज हमने किया था। एक तो सी विजिल बहुत इफेक्टिव है, पूरे पॉपुलेशन ने, नेताओं ने, कैंडिडेट्स ने सी विजिल का पूरा इस्तेमाल किया है। एक तो ये है, उसका पूरा डिजिटल ट्रेल होता है। आपने शिकायत इतने मिनट पर की, इतने मिनट पर वहाँ टीम गई एफएसटी की और उसके बाद में इतना उस पर एक्शन हुआ, जो रिपोर्ट हुआ। इसके साथ साथ जितनी भी कंप्लेंट्स आई हैं उन सब का निस्तारण, जो भी फैक्ट्स हैं और जो भी लॉ है, उनके आधार पे सबका किया गया है और बिल्कुल निष्पक्षता से किया जाएगा।
So the CEC Rajiv Kumar countering the allegations made by the Delhi incumbent Chief Minister Atishi. Anshul and Akash join us. Smita Prakash with us. Ravi Srivastav also with us. Anshul, Atishi making the allegations against the Delhi police while she was getting protection from the Delhi police and CRPF.
Well, definitely this has been the line that has been told by the Aam Aadmi Party since the elections were announced. They have constantly been claiming that the BJP, that the Delhi police in fact has been working for the Bharatiya Janata Party out here in the national capital. But yes, these questions were taken to the Delhi police as well, and they have very clearly maintained that each and every complaint that they are receiving, they are working to resolve those complaints in a very, very bipartisan manner. Just a few moments ago, Atishi came over here. She has casted her ballot, but remember, she is still in midst of a massive controversy because more than 5 lakh rupees have been recovered from one of her aides, and in that matter as well, the Delhi police has registered a case. In fact, till very late last night, at approximately 1:30 p.m., Atishi was present at the police station where the accused was being kept and interrogated by the side of the Delhi police, because remember, the accused had to say that the 5 lakh rupees that have been recovered from him, this is his personal money and this has nothing to do with any sort of elections that are being done out here in the national capital. But yes, the road ahead for Atishi is tough, but definitely when she came over here, she definitely seemed very, very confident. She showed the victory sign over here as well. But right. Yes, the kind of condition and the kind of situation that has developed over here, definitely the fight for the seat of Kalkaji is definitely increasing. There is this three-way fight, and hence it is going to be very, very interesting to see right. who will come out on top on the 8th of February.
Right, right. Thanks for that, Anshul. Akash, these allegations and counter allegations, the Election Commission has been trying to fend this off for a while. And every time there are elections, these allegations surface. And this time around, the police have also been dragged in. Those very police cadre of the Delhi police, of the CRPF, who are giving protection to all the netas across political parties, are being badgered, especially by the AAP.
Anand, you see, this elections, in fact, the campaigning started with the allegations only that how in Delhi, allegedly bogus voters are getting registered. Then we saw that how the parties claimed that, the other party is getting the votes deleted. In fact, in the New Delhi constituency, starting from the claim that how, 40 to 50,000 voters have come suddenly. Then after the roll came on 6th of January, and then we got to know that total 1,09,000 voters are there. So Election Commission has remained in the focus during these elections. And we have seen that, both the parties, be it BJP or the Aam Aadmi Party, both have, approached Election Commission several times, taking the complaint of the other party. This time around, we have multiple cases registered in the last 24 hours because of the fact that MCC is getting violated. Aam Aadmi Party is, of course, alleging that Bharatiya Janata Party and the Karyakartas have been distributing money, have not been following the protocols for the silence period and all other things. And on the other hand, we have Bharatiya Janata Party, which is saying that Atishi, went to areas of Kalkaji and Govindpuri and was somewhere seen with the supporters who were distributing cash. So we have, allegations and counter allegations from both the parties. But at this point in time, New Delhi constituency is very important, Anand. And just a while back, Pravesh Verma was here to cast his vote here at Nirman Bhavan. This seat is interesting also because of the fact that, we have three strong candidates on this particular seat. We have Sandeep Dixit, we have Pravesh Verma, and of course, Arvind Kejriwal. Intensified campaign is what we have seen on this particular seat, starting from, Pravesh Verma and the allegations that he is distributing cash to voters. Then he came out in public that I have an NGO and, I'm helping the voters or I'm helping the people of New Delhi constituency. Then we saw that how there was an allegation that, Arvind Kejriwal's convoy and the cavalcade was attacked by the Bharatiya Janata Party supporter. That matter is still under investigation. And then we have, different allegations coming from Aam Aadmi Party that how, Bharatiya Janata Party has been violating the MCC protocols and all other things. So, in these elections,
Right.
Election Commission was in focus, of course, and because of the kind of complaints, this is the reason why we have CEC coming out in public and clarifying on different aspects.
Smita Prakash and Ravi Srivastava with us. We also have Aman Sharma and Arunima. Just quick word from Smita Prakash and Ravi Srivastava before we go back to our reporters. Smita Prakash, the CEC coming out and saying everything is transparent. You've got a sea vigil. We are taking action against everyone. Would you agree with what Atishi has alleged?
Look, I think Rajiv Kumar, the CEC's soundbite is important. It's his last election. He wants to complete his tenure with a hurrah, and it was under his tenure that the world's largest election, which is the Indian election of 2024, was held. As far as the allegations are concerned, Aam Aadmi Party has been saying this for a week, that they don't trust either the EVM or the electoral process. Now, they have gone to court, they will go to court even after the election, regardless of whether they win or lose. I think Ravi brought out one point which I want to just bring up also, which is that why is the BJP so desperate? That was his word. Now, that's the mistake the opposition makes, Anand, because when they are judgmental about that so-called desperation, which is actually a hunger to win that the BJP has. And what we saw in the 2024 election was the lack of that desperation, for which they took a severe knock. Subsequently, the BJP learnt its lessons in the other Vidhan Sabha elections of Haryana and Maharashtra, and now you're seeing in Delhi also that desperation. Another point which I want to bring is what Pallavi had said, that reporters who are covering the Congress and those who are tracking the Congress, they're kind of pessimistic or sardonic when they think about how the leadership of the Congress party is reacting to the state unit with regard to which way the Congress party should go in Delhi. Now, Sandeep Dixit, as you rightfully pointed out, and so did Zaka, that they fought a lonely battle, and Ajay Makan and Pawan Khera and some others, they kept saying that, we've lost out on this and we need to come back. And the leadership of the party saw in 2019 as well as in 2024 the larger picture, which is to defeat the BJP. And hence they had to bite the bullet and take the Aam Aadmi Party in that India Alliance umbrella. But that does not hold anymore because now the general elections is 5 years away. And the way the AAP behaved in Haryana, when they wanted to fight every seat in that 90 seat battle, they wanted to fight every seat and didn't want to give a quarter to the Congress. As a result of that, the Congress has now shut the doors on the Aam Aadmi Party and wants to see the exit of the Aam Aadmi Party, not just from Delhi and Punjab, but from the India Alliance altogether.
Well, so it's gloves off in that sense. But even before Haryana was being talked about, somewhere we knew that Delhi will be fought independently. AAP will not align with the Congress party, and soon after Lok Sabha 2024, there were those indications clearly. Ravi Srivastav, this constantly blaming, you're standing surrounded by CRPF and Delhi police, and you're standing there and defaming the Delhi police altogether. How does that make sense?
Yeah, I think this present CEC, Mr. Rajiv Kumar's tenure had been very, very controversial right from the beginning. You have seen the most number of cases in the irregularities in the elections, the false voters, the false numbers appearing to 11 o'clock numbers are adding and all, I mean, all kind of complaints. You have seen that. And the way he has come out and making the statements, it shows that somewhere something is wrong. And all complaints are from the AAP side only. There are no complaints from the BJP side. That's a unique thing. You have seen that nobody is talking on the BJP side saying that these AAP workers have threatened us or AAP worker did this or something like that. All complaints are appearing from the AAP side only. You imagine one thing. One fact you have to remember.
This morning, FIR has been filed against Lohania. FIR case has been registered against Amanatullah. Case has been registered against Arvind Kejriwal. All different instances. And there is a matter of investigation of what amount of money was found in Atishi's key aide's car of 5 lakh rupees. So it's not that the BJP is not complaining. And the Congress is also complaining, sir. Everybody has gone and made representations to the Election Commission against the other party. So it's not that only AAP is complaining.
That's a routine thing to happen. And
so now when I point out that everybody is complaining, it is routine. Till then it was only exceptional. That's unfair. 640 million people. 640 million people voted, sir, in the process of June 2024. It's a landmark. It's a case study in democracy and democratic process. More than 2,500 parties in the play. There are nations with two-party democracy system who take 2.5 months to declare their vote. So let's take some pride and give credit where it is due. Arunima, this entire allegation about Delhi police in cahoots with the BJP, etc., how does that hold water, especially when it's all under the aegis of the Election Commission during the electoral process?
Well, Anand, in fact, Election Commission of India had put out a tweet yesterday completely smashing these charges and insinuations that are being made and giving out data that how many complaints have been acted upon. Election Commission and Delhi police say that for every complaint that has been made, there has been swift action, but unnecessarily the police is being politicized, allegations have been made, and something that happens in every election. We saw in Bengal also when Trinamool Congress and BJP were fighting for the West Bengal Gaddi, charges were made at paramilitary. Now here at the centre, charges are being made at Delhi police as well. And as I'm speaking to you, Sandeep Dixit has arrived at this particular booth where Manish Sisodia voted and where Arvind Kejriwal is expected to vote shortly. Mr. Dixit, just one question: the low voter turnout.
I just like people to come out and vote because I hope so.
It's only 6.5% in New Delhi.
Yes, so I hope people come out and vote.
Okay, so the low voter turnout is of concern here. Only about 6.5% in New Delhi, from where Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Sandeep Dixit and Parvesh Verma are fighting. Overall for Delhi, it's about 8%. So looks like Delhi once again is treating, even if this is midweek, it's Wednesday, they're treating it as a chutti. They should come out and vote, is the message from the netas as well as from those who have actually, kept with the theme of Pehle Matdan, Baad Mein Jalpan.
Well, we look at the voter turnouts in the past and what is the number that Delhi has to beat in 2025? What's the number? We'll go to Zaka in a bit, but Aman, low voter turnout, how much does that affect? And these allegations flying thick and fast about fairness of elections, fairness of lodging complaints, etc. Is that defeatist, especially on polling day? 70 seats of Delhi.
Well,
if they can do 543 Lok Sabha seats, is 70 seats of Delhi such a problem for the Election Commission?
Well, Anand, coming to the voter turnout first, as per 9 a.m. from the data we have from ECI, 8.10%, so pretty tepid right in the morning. You know, the seats like we have Central Delhi just at 6.6%, in fact, New Delhi just at 6.51%, so pretty low voting percentages to start off. Just the start of the day, it's a wintry morning, so maybe I know voter turnout will pick up during the day as we go on, and this could be a concern, especially in the New Delhi seats, you know, the Central Delhi seats, because BJP wants the middle class to come out and vote in big numbers. See, 40% of Delhi is middle class, and the BJP has a feeling this time that the middle class is consolidating behind the BJP. But the problem is that all the middle class then needs to come out and vote, because the AAP's core vote base, which is in the Jhuggis, you know, the Muslim vote bank, is expected to vote in larger numbers as in previous elections. So while the AAP's voter will come out and vote in big numbers, it seems the BJP's voter also, the middle class voter, needs to come out and vote in big numbers also. That said, I think you see, Anand, 70 seats. Delhi is a small state, it's a small assembly, but its imprint on the national political scene, I think this time is huge. This election is happening after BJP has won what many say were surprise stupendous victories in Haryana as well as Maharashtra, where they had not performed well in the Lok Sabha elections. Delhi is a state where BJP always sweeps the Lok Sabha, but in assembly always falls short, maybe because there is no credible face to take on of the like of Mr. Kejriwal, or maybe there is the state cadre is maybe a bit lacking. I still feel, Anand, that this is a two-horse race this time in Delhi. I think the Congress role is being overplayed. I don't think the Congress has either the cadre or any narrative amongst the voters. The voters see the Congress as maybe as a vote cutter. I think the people are going to repose their choice very, very clearly, either to the BJP or to the Aam Aadmi Party. Right. It's a two-horse race. I don't think the Congress will be able to even split the Muslim voter much. The people are very clear, and Delhi elections, I think always people have been very clear about which party they will vote for. The middle class coming out and vote, as I said, is very, very crucial for the BJP, and BJP would be keeping a very close eye on the voter turnout, especially in the seats like Central Delhi, New Delhi, West Delhi, that they want the voter turnout in these areas to be high, especially women voters to come out.
So the pattern of 2015, 2020 could continue, where it becomes a two-horse race. Now, who has their nose ahead? Who crosses that 50% vote share mark? Does AAP do a hat-trick, or does the BJP claw its way and hold on to its Lok Sabha voter turnout or vote share? We'll have to wait and watch, but for that the voters have to go out and vote. A 50-55% vote share, Zaka, voter turnout, beg your pardon, does that help the AAP or hurt the AAP? Or a higher voter turnout helps the AAP or hurts the AAP? How does it work?
I think, you know, Delhi generally has had better voter turnout when you compare it to urban pockets like Mumbai, for example. Mumbai is infamous. It's just about 50% this time they crossed. But Delhi has always been closer to the late 50s or even sometimes 60%. The 2013 election, for example, which is the first time the Aam Aadmi Party won, Delhi was well in excess of 60% plus. But I just want to run through, you know, the high voter turnout and low voter turnout figures as far as the 2020 Vidhan Sabha is concerned. If you look at the high voter turnout seats in 2020, you will also see that some of them happen to be, you know, the seats where there were no close contests. So there were a bunch of these seats. There are only 7 seats which were above the high voter turnout that was seen, the margin of 60%, the voter turnout of 60% that was seen. So only 7 seats out of 70. So only 1/10 where you had a voter turnout higher than the state average. All 7 were, of course, won by the Aam Aadmi Party. But if you were to look at the low voter turnout seats in 2020, there again, you know, Delhi is essentially, again, exactly 7. So you have 7 seats which were less than the average of the state and 7 seats which were more than the average of the state, and all 14 seats, whether it is high voter turnout or low voter turnout, were won by the Aam Aadmi Party. But going back to the point that Aman was making, in New Delhi constituency, for example, which is where the former chief minister is fighting from, there are 75,000 government employees. These are middle class voters for whom the tax cuts announced in the budget may or may not be a big thing. If it is a big thing, then the BJP would want a large number of that 75,000 government employees to come out and vote. There's also 25,000 slum cluster voters in that particular constituency. Now, interesting thing, generally the conventional wisdom in Delhi has been the JJ cluster voters, the slum cluster voters are traditionally Aam Aadmi Party voters. If you look at the JJ cluster influence seats, the Juggi influence seats, all of them won by the Aam Aadmi Party, 18 out of 70. above than state average. 53 was the state average, 55.7, almost 56 is the average that they won those seats in, including in the New Delhi constituency. But the interesting thing with the Juggi voters in the New Delhi constituency is a lot of them got regularized Pakka homes when Sheila Dikshit was the chief minister, and her son is now fighting from that same constituency. So does he have some goodwill in that constituency? Well, when he came out from the polling booth and he said it's low voter turnout, I want people to come out more, I think he's also sensing that some of the Congress voters have not come out so far in that constituency. So he's egging them on to come out. So low voter turnout, I think I would go with Aman. If it's around 60, less than 60, late 50s, in the 60s sort of range, then that's good news for the Aam Aadmi Party. If it is closer to 70, then this could well turn out to be an anti-incumbent election. It means that more voter bases, more voter blocks of political parties are coming out. That's when you have a higher voter turnout. When it's low, it just means the ones who are motivated enough to turn out are the ones who are coming out.
Will the budget turn the mood of the middle class? The anger against perhaps the centre for not giving any relief rebate to the actual taxpayer? Will that make a difference? Smita Prakash, would you agree with Aman? Ravi Srivastava, your opinion also on the same. Is this going to be a two-way fight again? Will the Congress be somewhere in the outlier with about 4 to 5% vote share overall? Or do you believe there is going to be, it's a three-way fight genuinely? Smita ji.
Look, till 10 days ago, I did believe that it had turned into a bipolar fight between the two, which is the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. But the last week saw the Congress up its game, and suddenly it was all hands on deck. But you know, something that Zaka was pointing out, which is that the New Delhi constituency, that Sandeep Dikshit, and I think your shot also showed that there was a little bit of anxiety on his face that maybe his voters have not come to poll in the morning. It's still early hours, but still I can understand any candidate, you know, he wants to see his people come in. And what Zaka pointed out, or which you also pointed out, that this area doesn't have much of Juggi Jhopdi clusters, but those who got the Pakka housing was thanks to Sheila Dikshit. But those guys have not come out for the past 10 years, just remember that. And they shifted their voting to Aam Aadmi Party. Now, some of them have this feeling that they know Sandeep Dikshit, but you know, Sandeep Dikshit is more an NGO kind of a person. He's still not the hardcore politician that, say, Pravesh Verma is, or Arvind Kejriwal is, the other two contestants from that area. And also the New Delhi constituency is, unlike the others, has seen a drop in the voting, the vote list. You know, I think the 30,000 or something like that, the latest numbers which came out. So lesser number of people voting. So it's absolutely imperative that more people come out to vote. A lot of incentives have been given. You go to shopping malls and places, salons and all that. They've said that if you come with an inked finger, we'll give you discounts. I don't know whether that works or not, but the fact is that across this city-state, there are 13,766 polling booths. That's a large number. So, you know, for this small city, which is going to polls, to have so many polling stations and people still not coming, which means they don't have to really drive. They can just walk up to the polling booth. So much of facilities available. And if they still don't come, I would be really disappointed in my city people.
True. Raviji, I've got to take a break, but quickly, sir, 30 seconds.
I just recall my tweet just 4 days before when the budget was announced. The government gave 12,000 rupees, 12 lakh rupees income for the tax break and all. Sir, Delhi people, Arvind Kejriwal has been saying for last 1 month in the speeches, 25,000 to 30,000 worth of saving people are making. Now, 25 to 30,000 rupees worth of saving on account of water, electricity, free bus yatra, this yatra, that yatra. Apart from that, 12 lakh given by the Honorable Prime Minister in the budget. So, dono haathon mein laddu hai. Why should they go and vote for the other party? The one who is giving all everything free, that's okay. Continue with that. And 12 lakh rupees income, free tax free, is also welcome. So this is how it's going to, that I feel that this is the one good reason that people are not coming out. Only the hardcore voters hardcore
Well,
voter
again, say,
of the
okay,
Aam Aadmi
we would
Party,
only
they
want
are
more
coming
people.
forward.
We would only want more people to come out and vote. If you've
We
not
do, we
voted,
do.
then they don't.
No,
Somewhere
I
they
agree.
shouldn't be the ones who will take to social media and crib about things. Ye nahi ho raha, wo nahi ho raha, because you've not taken the basic effort to go out and do something which is integral to this process that is democracy. That is to go and cast your ballot. We're going to take a short break. The coverage continues. Stay with us. From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered, because any time now Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, you know, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP, the Congress, you know, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, you know, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dikshit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped the intensity.
And
this entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand, and a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitva. I think the latter finally took place, because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one, where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters, and will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way, or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
सर क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले? You have always been an early voter.
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public is in a mood for change.
Sir, what are the issues you're voting for? Sir, what are the issues that you think are important for Delhi?
So Dr. Jaishankar not offering much, saying I've been a Delhi voter and I believe that the public are in a mood for change. Rahul Gandhi, fresh pictures coming through. Rahul Gandhi has arrived to cast his vote. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes, Pallavi.
Yeah, in fact, look at the pictures right in front of me, and this is a very interesting picture because you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dixit, who is, of course, the New Delhi constituency. I think these pictures say it all. I mean, you know, the Congress party, we were just talking about this, Anand, a short while back, getting into this fight belatedly, but I think this is one of the most interesting and aggressive fights. Sandeep Dixit has used up the legacy, and I'm just seeing those shots, I'm leaving you with these shots, Anand, where Sandeep Dixit has walked inside with Rahul Gandhi. They came in the same car together, and you know, after that flip-flop where Rahul Gandhi was in two minds whether, you know, you really need to put up a big fight against Arvind Kejriwal, I think finally he decided that this is it, this is what we really need to do. And bringing Sandeep Dixit along with him in the same car, going inside and casting their votes, I think it kind of answers your question that the Congress party has decided to up its ante, and the Congress and Rahul Gandhi have also decided that this really has to be the big fight and the gloves needs to be off. I mean, the Aam Aadmi Party can never ever be a friend of the Congress because the genesis...
Back live and we shift focus to Prayagraj. The Mahakumbh enters into the zone of touching nearly 40 crore visitors, and of course one of the big names to come this time around, and his presence has been missed. He is someone who's worn his spirituality out there on his sleeve and been there leading the entire Astha resurgence of Bharat, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he's scheduled to touch down at Prayagraj in just a short while from now. That's the big focus right now, even as Delhi goes to the polls till about 9 a.m., just about an 8% turnout overall. Delhi can do better. But in Prayagraj, the Shraddhalus, in fact, we spoke to some voters this morning at the News 18 network coverage, and a lot of the Delhi voters said, yahan vote karenge and then we are heading to Prayagraj. 38 crore at 29 lakh people and still counting, inching up to the 40 crore mark, even with about 15 to 20 days to go before Shivratri or the 26th of Feb, when the Mahakumbh comes to a close. So will it shatter all expectations? 40 to 44 crore devotees were expected. Will those numbers be shattered? Is it an unprecedented sea of humanity that is turning out at Prayagraj, the spot where legend and folklore says that Brahma conducted his first big yajna in the favor, in the process of creation, in the process of Srishti. That is where this Kumbh is, Triveni, where they say during the churning of the ocean, Amrit Manthan, a few drops fell here, and that's why this place is known as a spot of moksha. And 144 years, 12 Mahakumbhs later, 144 years later, this Mahakumbh comes, and it's special because the alignment of our planets, with Jupiter right at the center, Earth, the moon, Earth, Mars, and the Venus and the sun, and on the other side, the other of the planets, you would see them all aligned in a straight line. 6 or 7 of them can be seen even now, and there were a few days around the Mauni Amavasya, and that was the peak where they said at least 7, if not 8 planets can be seen aligned. So that's what makes it special. And the Prime Minister coming on a day, that's the 5th of February. In a short while from now, he should touch down at Prayagraj. Arun Dhanta joining us at this point. Yes, Arun, whereabouts are you, and what time is the Prime Minister expected to arrive, and what's his itinerary?
Well, Anand, I'm in Prayagraj and in the middle of a place which is very close to the Triveni Sangam, and that's the place where Prime Minister Modi will be taking that holy dip. As far as Prime Minister Modi's schedule, Anand, he was earlier expected to spend around 5 to 6 hours here in Prayagraj. But now, of course, due to what happened on 29, the inconvenience which could be created for the people, so therefore he will be spending not more than 2 hours here. So I think 10:15, 10:30 is the time when he will be reaching at the Aral Ghat. From there he will be taking the boat to the Triveni Sangam, and then once he takes that holy dip in Sangam, he will be meeting few saints and seers, and also of course
participating in Ganga Aarti. And also, Anand, the akhadas were actually expected to leave on 4th, because on 3rd, after the Basant Panchami's Snan, they go back to their places. But due to this visit of Prime Minister Modi, they want to meet PM. They are staying back. And also, I would quickly show a glimpse to you and our viewers that how it is looking pretty smooth today. Even when you have Prime Minister Modi visiting here, the administration ensured that there is no problem for the devotees who are coming from across the country. In fact, globally, these people are coming here, and they do not find any inconvenience or difficulty to reach Triveni Sangam or anywhere close to that and take that holy dip. And this is the devotion that you can see in these people. And Yogi Adityanath Anand was here yesterday. He, in fact, took stock of the entire preparations, the entire thing, that how a Prime Minister's visit is going to be. And it seems that the Mahakumbh and Prayagraj is prepared and decked up. And today also a very auspicious day. It's a Magh Mase's Gupt Ashtami. That's what we are given to understand, on which Prime Minister Modi is coming here. Of course, we know that the polls are going on in Delhi.
Well, it is 3 days after Basant Panchami.
Very auspicious day.
Yeah, 3 days after Basant Panchami. So it is the Gupta Ashtami, and it is ahead of the Maghi Purnima that is scheduled on the 12th of February. So the crowds will start building up. It should be slightly thinner in terms of the turnout, but nearly 38.5 crore people have already touched down, who have already come to Kumbh. That itself is unprecedented. Now, since he is at Arail Ghat, a lot of the Akhada camps are also not so far from where he is. Is he going to meet the Dharm Sansad? Is he going to meet some of the Mahamandaleshwars or some of the members of the Akhada groups? Arun, can you hear me? Is he going to meet some of the Dharm Gurus?
Well, okay, that question. Yeah. Yes, Anand. Yes, that's the information which we are getting, that Prime Minister may meet the Mahamandaleshwars of the Akhadas and other saints and seals. And in fact, I think that's the reason why they're staying back, because there was some confusion about Prime Minister's visit, whether he will come or not. But of course, it has been finalized day before yesterday that he will come. And that was the reason why these Akhadas are staying back. Mahamandaleshwars are here. So perhaps they will get the opportunity to meet Prime Minister Modi. And of course, one thing that we've been discussing, that earlier Prime Minister Modi's schedule here in Prayagraj was for 5 to 6 hours. Even if you try your level best to give that free access to people, but when you have Prime Minister, the security and everything, you might find some people getting inconvenience or something. I think that's the reason why he cut short his visit. There were plans to go to some places here in Prayagraj, which now is not part of his itinerary. So he will come here at 10:15, 10:30, and then straight away from the helipad he will come through Nishad Raj to the Triveni Sangam, where he will take the holy dip, and then of course he will be participating in that Ganga Aarti. Then perhaps we are expecting that he is likely to meet the saints and seals, Mahamandaleshwars, and so in totality, I think Anand, the Prime Minister, is going to spend not more than 2 hours here in Prayagraj. But
all
of
right,
course, it's a very, very
so an
significant
hour
visit,
and a
even
half
in
to 2 hours
2019,
before and about an hour thereafter that the Prime Minister leaves. So between 10 to 12 noon or 12:30 p.m. 2.5 hours is the gap. We are given to understand in the next 5 to 7 minutes, Prime Minister should arrive in Prayagraj and touch down at the helipad, land in Prayagraj, and of course land at the helipad from there at Arail Ghat. Whether or not is there a small rally interaction with the people, or is it to ensure that there is no further untoward instances and there is no collection of huge crowds, that he quickly just makes his way to the ghat, into the boat, to the Sangam, and then all the activity happens on the other side at the Triveni Sangam. Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, should also be with him. We'd also like to see, keep close eye on who else is present along with the Prime Minister as he comes to the Sangam. For the moment, shifting focus back to Delhi and the day of polls in Delhi. It's the voters, turn of the voters to exercise their franchise in the battle for Delhi. After weeks of intense political campaign, the big moment is right here. Big election of 2025, the first big election of 2025, 70 seats, 3 parties, big capital clash. Aam Aadmi Party, led by Arvind Kejriwal, the former chief minister, incarcerated for a while in the liquor policy scam, now out on bail. He's banking on welfare schemes, governance, and of course, it's a test of his Kattar Imandar claim. While the BJP aims to reclaim power after nearly 27 years, they have swept Lok Sabha elections for the last decade, but they have not been able to break into Vidhan Sabha. In fact, they've lost the MCD also. So will they break their 27-year-old jinx? We have to wait and watch. The Congress, on the other hand, striving for survival. Is it still an outlier? Is it still a party which is nothing but seen as a vote katua and rejected by the people of Delhi, especially after ruling the roost for 15 years under Sheila Dikshit? They've been voted out. Will they come back in? Will they claw back here? It's all up to the voters. Are the voters really queuing up? So far, till 9 a.m., the numbers are not very encouraging. 8.1% is the overall turnout. It's a working day, and despite that, many people don't seem to have come out and voted yet. Although candidates and, of course, top netas have gone out and voted. Some of the top bureaucrats also have gone out and voted. But on the day of polling, is it a three-cornered fight? Or is it a two-way fight, as some of our reporters were saying? On ground, it feels like it's BJP versus AAP. The Congress is an outlier. Zaka Jacob back with us here on the Magic Wall. Yes, Zaka, before the Prime Minister touches down in Prayagraj, who's going to take off? Whose fortunes are going to take off in Delhi?
So one disappointing thing has been that voter turnout is particularly low, particularly in the central Delhi constituencies. In Jangpura, it's quite low, it's in single digits. In New Delhi, where the former Chief Minister, Mr. Kejriwal, is fighting from, again in single digits. Some of the East Delhi constituencies, Mustafabad, Silampur, etc., are seeing double-digit voter turnout. You're also seeing double-digit voter turnout in some of the outer Delhi constituencies, bordering, of course, Najafgarh, Burari, etc., where again Najafgarh is at double digits. So I'm not sure what this exactly means, but I think particularly in the middle class heart of Delhi, which is, you know, places like Jangpura, New Delhi constituency, Kalkaji, etc., Karol Bagh, for example, it's a heavily trader dominated constituency, just 4% vote share, just 4% vote share. Jangpura is at just 7%. Maybe because it's a winter morning, maybe people are, you know, not enthused to come out in the cold. Maybe the voter turnout will pick up through the course of the day. But one pattern that we're immediately seeing is that in the heart of Delhi, it's in single-digit vote share, whereas in the outskirts of Delhi, in Silampur, in Mustafabad, in Karawal Nagar, which is in the eastern side of Delhi, and then of course you have parts of Najafgarh, etc., where again you're seeing double-digit voter turnout. So those parts are seeing more brisk voter turnout. The inner city, the heart of Delhi, Chandni Chowk is at 4%. So what may that necessarily mean? Like I said, it can improve in the afternoon hours. It can improve once it's warmer and people feel more enthused to come out. So maybe it's just boiling down to the weather, or maybe it is that certain voting classes are not enthused enough to come out and vote. We'll ask our reporters. I think Arunima is there, Aman Sharma is there. Arunima, let me start with you first. So is that an accurate assessment that in the heart of Delhi, the urban middle class, Lutyens Delhi as it's known, the voter turnout is substantially less compared to some of the outer Delhi constituencies? And what may that mean?
So I can tell you, Zaka, yeah, I can tell you that at this particular booth in New Delhi constituency, where Manish Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal are VIP voters, the fall had really gone down over the last hour or so, but now it is picking up once again. This group of voters very enthusiastically, they voted and showing their inked fingers. आपको वोट देने में कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं हुई? कुछ नहीं आराम से वोट दे दिया। तो आप किस नेता को, मतलब आपका नेता आप क्या चाहती है, आपके लिए क्या करे, क्या सोचकर आप वोट देती है? आपका नेता क्या करे आपके लिए? आगे बढ़े मतलब दिल्ली को आगे बढ़ाए। अच्छा, आप क्या चाहती है अपने नेता से?
मैं भी यही चाहती हूँ कि दिल्ली को आगे बढ़ाए।
तो दिल्ली आगे नहीं बढ़ रही है क्या? कहाँ अटक रही है?
नहीं,
क्या
जो गरीब जनता को अच्छे से करे, देखे।
मतलब आपकी क्या दिक्कत है? पानी की दिक्कत है, कोई और प्रॉब्लम है आपकी जो आप लोग अपने नेता को बताना चाहती हैं?
अभी तो हमारे
कोई ऐसा दिक्कत है नहीं आपको? अच्छा, नहीं है। ओके, आपके साथ भी और लोग आए हुए हैं। सर, आपने वोट दिया अंदर, आप लोग जब वोट दे रहे हैं, आप अपने नेता से क्या चाहते हैं?
यही चाहते, पानी बिजली ये सब अच्छा होना चाहिए, साफ सफाई हो, ये सब
तो आप जहाँ रहते हैं वहाँ ये दिक्कतें हैं?
हाँ, दिक्कतें हैं।
ओके, और ये आपकी इशू
हाँ,
है?
ये इशू है।
Okay, so there is one strata of society, Zaka Anand, who has come out and they have voted for basic civic amenities. They want to hold their netas accountable for delivery of water, for sewage, treatment, proper treatment sewage in their colonies. But there is another section. We also saw in this particular booth the bureaucrats, family members of netas. There are a lot of bungalows in this particular area where members of parliament reside. So their staff members, their family members have also come in, but there is a trickle. As far as the middle class, the upper middle class is concerned, I think they are still not coming out, still waiting to finish their breakfast, finish their brunch, and then perhaps step out.
Well, it's a working day, so if you're having breakfast at 10 a.m., then wonder where the middle class is plying their wares in terms of working. But there is also the Delhi Standard Time. So, थोड़ा आराम से फैल के आएंगे, आराम से आएंगे. Is that what the Delhi voter is going to do? या फिर शाम में जाएंगे? एक बार काम हो जाए 5 बजे के बाद 6, साढ़े 6 बजे तक तो खुला रहेगा भैया. So we'll go at that time. We don't know. In the afternoon, during the lunch break, will the working class come out? The non-working class, the house helps, the people who are the homemakers, all of them, they can pick and choose. The voting booths are open, and in fact, this time around there are so many voting booths, as Aman was saying, you can just walk around. You walk to your nearest polling booth. You don't need to actually even take a vehicle. That's how convenient the Election Commission has tried to make it. Will Delhi buck the trend? Will it come out and vote in higher numbers than it ever has? What seems to be the factor that's holding them back, or what will be the factor that will pull them out of their homes and get them to go out and vote, Aman?
Well, Anand, see, the voting percentage is poor in New Delhi. In the Greater Kailash seat, these are like the Bandra and Kolaba of Delhi, where voting percentage has always been low, and this time also it is low. But that, I think, is not good news because, as I was saying earlier, that the BJP is really banking on the middle class, the upper middle class, to come out and vote in bigger numbers. In this election campaign, what we have seen on the ground, it was the middle class, 40% of Delhi's voters, who are really angry with Aam Aadmi Party over, various issues, that the Aam Aadmi Party is only working for the poor, the sanitation issue, the potholed roads. There is a lot of anti-incumbency. The BJP wants this particular middle class to come out and vote in bigger numbers. As Zaka was just mentioning, seats like Shahadra, Silampur, Outer Delhi, they are voting in bigger numbers because this is also the strong vote base of the Jhuggi voter, the SC voter, which is obviously coming out in bigger numbers. The Muslim voter is also seems to be coming out in bigger numbers, and this is the big asset of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is also a voter segment which always votes in larger numbers. Election Commission of India had specifically, by purpose, kept the voting day on a Wednesday. If you remember, in Maharashtra also the voting day was a Wednesday, because so that people can't club their long weekends and go off to the hills. In Maharashtra it worked, and we saw the highest ever polling in Maharashtra on a Wednesday. This time in Delhi, the Delhi is onto also a same test. Can the Delhi voter actually, live up to that Maharashtra example and come out in bigger numbers? I would say, Anand, Zaka, I think it was a chilly morning. In the morning also when we came, it was slightly chilly. Now the sun is bright and out. So I think by noon we should get a better assessment of the, the numbers when they come from the Election Commission. How good is the voting percentage? But the BJP would certainly want the women and the middle class to vote out in big numbers.
Well, so 7 se 9 ka time, the turnout was not so good. It was in single digits. Many expect 9 se 12 the things should improve, and 12 se 2 it should get better. Let's see what happens. Before we go across to Karan Verma and Huda Zariwala, who are joining us this morning. Good early morning to you. Let's quickly listen into Manish Sisodia and Pravesh Verma.
मैम, कैसा रहा वोटिंग एक्सपीरियंस? क्या मैसेज
बहुत बढ़िया।
महिला वोटर्स के लिए क्या कहेंगी आप, जो दिल्ली में
महिलाएं थोड़ी स्वार्थी हो जाए और महिलाएं अपने लिए वोट करें?
अपने लिए वोट करें। सर, एक सवाल बस, दिल्ली के वोटर्स के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगे सर? दिल्ली के वोटर्स
अपने बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए आज शिक्षा की क्रांति के लिए वोट करें।
स्वाति वर्मा मैम, सबसे पहले तो बताइए, परिवार के साथ आए, कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है? हमने देखा कि कैंपेन में भी आप लगातार साथ थे सर के।
कॉन्फिडेंस इसलिए है क्योंकि दिल्ली की जनता थक गई है। 26 साल और 11 साल स्पेशली नाकामी को देख के अब उन्हें बदलाव चाहिए, और उनके चेहरों से और लोगों के जो वोट डाल के आ रहे हैं उस खुशी से दिख रहा है कि दिल्ली में बदलाव आने वाला है। कमल खिलने वाला।
मैम, आपको क्या लगता है कौन से मुद्दे हैं जो कहें कि फोकस में रहे? इलेक्ट्रिसिटी और वाटर तो हम सुनते ही रहे, लेकिन यमुना की बात भी उठी। आपको क्या लगता है कौन से मुद्दे हैं जिनको लेके लोग वोट करने वाले हैं?
हर चीज के लिए किसी एंगल से नहीं लगता है कि ये देश की राजधानी है, और स्पेशली अगर आप नई दिल्ली में घूमेंगे तो मैं तो खुद हैरान थी कि आज भी 200 परिवार के बीच में 2 शौचालय हैं, 300 परिवार हैं और पानी पीने के 2 नल ही हैं। तो ये सब चीजों को देख के अब ये निश्चय हो गया है कि दिल्ली वालों ने भी बदलाव की सोच बना ली है और मोदी जी को मौका देने का सोच लिया।
सर
100% कॉन्फिडेंट है।
सर, यू वेंट टू यमुना एज वेल। आप सुबह सुबह यमुना गए और उसके बाद गौरी शंकर मंदिर भी गए। क्या कुछ कहना चाहिए? कुछ मैसेज है वोटर्स को टर्नआउट को लेकर?
मैं चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली वासी अपने बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बाहर निकलें, वोट डालें। ये आपके भविष्य का मतदान है।
Karan Verma, who does Ariwala with us, if Pravesh Verma does well, does he become a chief ministerial contender? Will he do well in a three-way fight with Arvind Kejriwal and Sandeep Dixit? And will how New Delhi votes decide how Delhi votes? Karan Verma.
Good morning, Anand. Good morning, Zaka. Good morning to all your viewers. It has been a chilly morning, but I can tell you that as the political rhetoric heats up and things go, we are in for a record turnout. I'm pretty sure we are going to have a huge turnout because both the parties are trying to ensure and mobilize their entire cadre base. And already I just cast my vote here in GK. I'm already seeing large number of people go out. So yes, the morning figures might be a little disappointing, but I think they're going to improve. You spoke about Parvesh Verma and New Delhi. Mark my words, Arvind Kejriwal is losing from New Delhi. This is an angry election. You must understand. Never before, at least in my memory, have we seen people so directly affected by governance. 29 people died due to electrocution because of the malgovernance of this government, which it admitted that they could not desilt the drains. You look at the streets, you look at the sewage, it is an angry election. You're right, it's a two-way election. Two-way election in the sense it's Aam Aadmi Party versus the people of Delhi. This time the people are not voting in someone as much as they want to vote out someone. And very rarely, Anand, do we have angry elections. And when we have angry elections, it doesn't matter who the candidate is sometimes, it doesn't matter how the things are adding up, because BJP has not fought a very good election, to be very honest. They could have done much better. But the anger against Aam Aadmi Party across all segments is so intense that I think that is what is going to make a difference. And this government is going to be voted out. That's how I see it.
The AAP benefited from an angry voter in Punjab the last time around. So this time around, do you believe there is anger among the people of Delhi, Zaka, as we bring in?
Well, Karan could be right in the first part of what he said, that maybe because it's the winter mornings, people, are not coming out in as big numbers. In fact, Karan, at GK where you voted, has 6.8% till
I know,
till,
but now
till
it's
morning.
better. It's better.
Maybe it'll get better post 9 o'clock. I don't know. But generally, what you tend to see in angry elections is there's a higher voter turnout. I mean, it's the old adage of elections: greater the anti-incumbency, higher the voter turnout. But I think it's also one thing that's interesting is you are going to see a contest in specific constituencies. For example, in some of the East Delhi constituencies, which were the sort of stranglehold of the Aam Aadmi Party. Seats like Gokulpur, which is an SC reserve seat, Simapuri, which is again an SC reserve seat. You're going to see in Shadra, in the neighboring seat of Mustafabad, where again the candidate was changed at the last minute, and then neighboring Karawal Nagar, which was won by the BJP MLA. His ticket was denied. Mr. Mishra is fighting from that seat. So the point is that you're going to see in some of these really what were Aam Aadmi Party dominant seats in Eastern Delhi, in Outer Delhi, in Northeastern Delhi, you're going to see much more of a contest. As far as the Central Delhi seats are concerned, whether it is Karol Bagh or Rajinder Nagar or even seats like Jangpura, Okhla, etc., New Delhi constituency, because it's very lukewarm, because you're not seeing too much enthusiasm, I'm not sure that you will see as much of an anti-incumbent wave there. At least you're not seeing evidence of that in the first couple of hours of polling. But where we are seeing what they call the Kate ki Takkar, and which is where you are seeing higher voter turnout, are some of these constituencies. Remember, this is also the big belt of the Purvanchali voters, which the AAP for the last 2 or 3 election cycles has had a huge stranglehold over. So whether the Purvanchalis are breaking away, that is something again you might want to pay attention to. But I think the contest is going to be on some of those seats, the outer Delhi constituencies, not so much in in the government.
They've also localized the election. Huda Zariwala, quickly your thoughts before we take a break.
Well, good morning. This is certainly a very exciting day for Delhi. I, for one, am sure that Arvind Kejriwal ji is going to return back to power. For the fourth time around, he's going to be the Chief Minister of Delhi. This Janata of Delhi has time and again proven that they have voted for work, for development. And we've seen Delhi has a voting pattern. In Lok Sabha, they do not select Aam Aadmi Party, but in the Vidhan Sabha, they certainly do. Even this time, we've seen intense campaign. We've seen how, the candidates have, where there was a sort of anti-incumbency candidates have been replaced, where the candidates were strong. They have campaigned, harder than ever. And Delhi obviously has seen development. Unlike the narrative that BJP sets out, we've seen Delhi government, doing all sorts of work. 38 flyovers have been made. 10,000 kilometers of new, streets have been laid out. 450 kilometers of metro line. 22,700 new classrooms have been introduced, in the Delhi government schools. 4,800 water lines. 4 lakh street lights. 3 lakh CCTVs and 548 mohalla clinics. So all of this is work that does count for the Janata of Delhi, apart from, the mohalla clinic model, the education model, the bus also with a right for, mahilas, the Tirath Yatra for the Buzurg, and all of that. So this is work that actually matters, work on the ground that the Janata sees, that the Janata appreciates, and the Janata votes for. There is absolutely no anti-incumbency overall as far as Delhi is concerned.
That's a strong pitch. That's a strong pitch that you've made. Whether or not Mr. Kejriwal becomes the chief minister, the matter is sub judice. So, but does AAP get the mandate from the voters? That's in the hand of the voter. But the voter has to come out and vote. That's what we are urging on polling day. Short break. We'll be right back. From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered, because any time now, Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. We all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP, the Congress, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dikshit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped the
Totally.
intensity. And this entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand, and a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitwa. I think the latter finally took place, because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP BJP that it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters, and will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way, or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking. Back live, and let's go straight across to Sharon Elizabeth, who's tracking Priyanka Vadra. Sharon, what time is Priyanka expected to come and cast her vote?
Anand, around 11 a.m. is when Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, along with her 2 kids and Robert Vadra, is expected to reach here. Now, interestingly, this is the polling booth for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, but for Robert Vadra, it's about around 1 kilometer away from here. So, 11 a.m. is when they are planning to come here in New Delhi constituency at Lodi Estate Government School. And from here, Priyanka Gandhi will be accompanying her mother, Sonia Gandhi, to the Nirman Bhavan, where she will be.
I think we've just lost the video feed with Sharon. We've got to take a short break. Quick update. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has touched down in Prayagraj. The pictures and details from Kumbh when we are back. From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered, because any time now Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, you know, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP, the Congress, you know, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party. You know, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dikshit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped the intensity.
And
this entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal. Now, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, You're absolutely right, Anand. And a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitva. I think the latter finally took place because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters, and will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way, or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
सर क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले? You have always been an early voter.
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public is in a mood for change.
Sir, what are the issues you're voting for? Sir, what are the issues that are important for Delhi?
So Dr. Jaishankar not offering much, saying I've been a Delhi voter and I believe that the public are in a mood for change. Rahul Gandhi, fresh pictures coming through. Rahul Gandhi has arrived to cast his vote. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes, Pallavi.
Yeah, in fact, look at the pictures right in front of me, and this is a very interesting picture because you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dixit, who is, of course, the New Delhi constituency. I think these pictures say it all. I mean, you know, the Congress party...
Well, it is the Guptashtami on the day that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has chosen to visit Prayagraj, and in a short while from now, he will be visible at the Arail Ghat. We're given to understand he's already touched down. He's gone to Prayagraj via helicopter. He's at the helipad. We should have those pictures coming through. And thereafter, he will come to the Arail Ghat. And from the Arail Ghat, he will get onto a boat that will take him to the Triveni Sangam. At the Triveni Sangam, he will first take a dip at the holy waters where the confluence of the 3 rivers happens. That spot of divinity, the big nose, the Triveni Sangam nose, as it is being called at the Mahakumbh 2025, the confluence of the rivers Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati. He will take a dip, offer prayers there in the river, do the ablutions, and thereafter he will be also sitting at the banks of the river and perform the Ganga Aarti and the Ganga Puja. Now, there are reports which say that he may meet the Mahamandaleshwars and the leaders, the Dharm Gurus of the various akhadas and their offshoots and their associates in a short meeting, and thereafter head back to the capital, because he'll take the boat again from Sangam, come back to Arail Ghat, get into the chopper and fly out. So about 2.5 hours between now and about 12:30, 12:45 are the engagements of the Prime Minister. But despite the Prime Minister's visit, the flow, the steady flow of Shraddhalus, devout, who are coming down to the Sangam, to Mahakumbh, continues, and it's being facilitated. Let's get a ground update from Arun Dhanta joining us live. Yes, Arun.
Well, That's right, Anand. We know that Prime Minister has cut short his visit to Prayagraj to 2:30 minutes. In a short while from now, we'll be, of course, expecting Prime Minister Modi to reach here at Triveni Sangam. As we speak, we can, get this information from our sources that Prime Minister has landed in Prayagraj. So from Prayagraj to DPS helipad, he will be coming in a helicopter, and then that Nishad Raj jetty, which will, of course, bring him to the Triveni Sangam. So earlier, the itinerary of Prime Minister Modi was to, of course, travel in some other areas like to Akshay Vat and to Saraswati Koop and other places. But now he will come to Triveni Sangam. He will take that holy dip and then, of course, participating in that Ganga Aarti. And we are also given to understand that he may meet few Mahamandleshwar saints and sees for a few minutes before he heads back to the DPS helipad. But, as long as Prime Minister Modi is going to be here in Mahakumbh Mela, the people, the devotees will not face any trouble. I think that's the reason why yesterday the instruction which came right from the PMO and then, of course, to the Chief Minister's office, to the administration here on the ground, that these devotees, the people who are coming here to take the holy dip, they should not find any difficulty. There shouldn't be any inconvenience to them. And that is the reason why, Anand, I can tell you, because I've been here even in the beginning on 13th and 14th, and I am here for last 3-4 days. The crowd is literally swelling up. There is no problem they are facing, especially after 29th, the stampede that happened. Afterwards, we saw the administration swung into action. The routes which were earlier blocked for the VVIPs, they were opened. The ways which people were using in earlier, they got some relaxation. So you had diversion of crowds. So in that way, it became a smooth exercise. At this point, we can say that the crowd, the manner in which people are thronging in here, they are not finding it difficult. That's the devotion which they have. And in fact, some of the people are not aware of it, that PM is coming here. Such is the arrangement which has been made. Such is the, the process which they have deployed here on the ground, that the devotees do not face any difficulty. Yogi Adityanath, when he was here yesterday,
do we know how many, what is the count of devotees today? The Magh Mahina, that is 3 days after Basant Panchami, today is Gupta Ashtami. So last we had the update that we had 38 crore 29 lakh people who had come to Kumbh. What's the count as of now?
Well, we are waiting for the updated numbers on this regard. But one thing which I can assure you, Anand, on the Basant Panchami day, I was here since 3 a.m. in the morning, and I could see very few people. On that specific day, very few people coming to Prayagraj, but a day before Basant Panchami and after that, on 4th and today, there are more people, in large numbers, people are coming here. Perhaps they were little worried about the arrangements for the Basant Panchami and what happened on 29th. But after, even today, I can see lakhs of people going towards the Triveni Sangam, and also importantly, the VVIP ghats, which were earlier closed, they are also open. So I think they have ample space. It's not only, that they should they would go to Triveni Sangam. They have other places also where they can
the flow has been
the
flow of devotees. The flow of devotees into the Sangam news and outward has now been better managed, and there has been clear instruction from the Prime Minister's office that should not be broken or that should not be disturbed. So Lete Hanumanji, the Akshay Vatvriks, the Sita Koop, none of these places the Prime Minister is going to visit. He is going to come to Rail Ghat, go onto the port, come across to the Triveni Sangam Bank, and where we've seen Amit Shah and some of the other dignitaries also take a holy dip, including Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and his entire cabinet. And that's where he's going to be. He's not going to be travelling in and around the tent city area. Zaka Jacob, on the day Delhi goes to polls, even as Karan Verma and Huda Zariwala with us, Delhi goes to polls, Prime Minister is in Prayagraj.
Yeah, I think it's significant. Prime Minister has, every time there's critical elections, whether it's the general election, whether it is the state elections, he finds an opportunity to try and, be in the public space, be in the public realm. He, of course, had a big speech yesterday in Parliament. He did mention the Sheesh Mahal 2 times without naming Kejriwal. And I think the BJP is hoping that that dents this sort of anti-corruption, Kattar Imandar image of Arvind Kejriwal. To what extent it does or does not, we'll know on the 8th of February. But I think the BJP senses that this election is not like what it was 5 years ago, both in terms of Mr. Kejriwal's standing, his own, like I said, the anti-corruption halo that he had up until some time ago, and also his governance record. I think there are serious problems in Delhi. If you were to ask middle-class voters, roads and potholes are a big issue. The last monsoon, people dying. I mean, I lived in that area in Rajendra Nagar when I first came to Delhi 20 years ago. To imagine that people would die in rainy season in Delhi in that area was unthinkable at that time. But people died. So that again has been a point of concern. The garbage, I mean, all over the national capital, people talk about Ghazipur, which is the biggest landfill in Asia. But then, there are small mounds of garbage everywhere. So there are tons of issues right in the heart of Delhi. But then the problem is this, as we were discussing with Karan and Huda a moment ago, those voters don't seem to be coming out. At least in the heart of Delhi, whether it's New Delhi constituency, Jangpura, Rajendra Nagar, Patel Nagar, Rajouri Garden, those voters just are not turning out in the way that you would expect. If they are really angry, if they are really, this is an anti-incumbent vote, those voters are the ones who should be coming out. Where you're seeing voters come out are those constituencies which are the newer parts of Delhi, which is developed in the last 10, 15, 20 years, what they call the Jamna Par side of Delhi, where also the poorer voters live, the Juggi Jopadi slum cluster voters live. That's where it's going to be a much tougher fight, I believe, between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. That's why you're seeing voters of both affiliations, voters of both parties enthused enough to come out and vote. But I think coming back to the Prime Minister, we've not got the first pictures yet, but I think soon we will in the next few minutes. This will play a role. I mean, you remember in the Lok Sabha election, after the campaigning was over, he went off to Kedarnath, and those images played out on the last day of the polling. So it will have an impact, no doubt about it. It certainly is Prime Minister's way of sort of staying in the public space. But will Delhi be decided by local factors or will it be decided by national factors? I think that'll again be a sort of a cleavage in this vote, which you will get to know on Saturday.
But the big aspect is also about wearing your astha, being unabashed about your beliefs, and also celebrating what is culturally integral to Bharat. Irrespective of faiths, this is spirituality. This is not belonging to only one particular faith or religion or panth. It is a way of life, and that's the reason why Kumbh finds its mention from the Rigvedic periods. And at that time, Hinduism or Sanatan Pratha as we know it of today did not exist. Many of the religions practiced as of today did not exist. But this whole concept of trying to emerge and come out of this perennial cycle of life and death and birth and rebirth and birth and death, that was something which is a quest which is there in every faith or any philosophy that you would look for. And those are visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming in on News 18 India, where he is at the Arail Ghat and he's walking. So he's landed from the helipad near the Arail Ghat, and that's the boat that will take him to Triveni Sangam. So there is not too much of any stoppage, roadblock, no welcoming, nothing. The Prime Minister just getting down. He landed in Prayagraj. From there, gets onto a helicopter. There is Yogi Adityanath, who has received him at the helipad, and he is walking with him across. So these are the pictures. Karan Verma, will this have a bearing on Delhi? Is there a political angle that you would want to look into this one? Or as Huda Zariwala says, Mr. Kejriwal has done enough and more for the Delhi voter?
Absolutely, Kejriwal has done enough damage for the people of Delhi. So I think this is beyond politics, if you ask me, Anand. As you just said, I personally feel no Prime Minister has worn our culture as a badge of honor more than the Prime Minister. I mean, we've had precedents in the past where Prime Ministers have said that we should not have a construction of a temple as this will lead to Hindu revivalism. So a departure from that, this is also a contrast model of Vikas bhi, Virasat bhi. Let's not forget today that along with us presenting our culture to the world, it's also led to a temple economy, which is a 3 lakh crore economy today. It's also given a shot in the arm to so many small businesses around and boosted the economy, the face of Uttar Pradesh. And the Prime Minister has been front and center of it, right from Kashi Vishwanath, where we had the corridor renovated, to the Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha and the Mahakumbh. I mean, it's only fitting that the Prime Minister of the world's largest democracy is right there at the world's largest spiritual gathering. So I see it beyond politics. But yes, if you ask me, an average Delhi voter, if one sees these visuals, their hearts swell with pride, seeing their Prime Minister front and center of it, who's at least unabashedly, unapologetically wearing his culture on his arm. He represents us in that sense, and it's beyond any particular faith, as you rightly put it. It's for everyone. And when we talk of Sanatan, it is the ethos of pretty much everything from our constitution to the parliament. Look at our national creed. It is Satyamev Jayate. That's again coming from our Sanatan Dharma. You enter the parliament, what do you have there? You have Dharm Chakra Pravartanaya. Our judiciary, the slogan is Yato Dharm Stato Jaya. So, you know, the stamp of Sanatan is pretty much there, and we have a Prime Minister who represents that, embodies that. And look how Uttar Pradesh has come up in the
But we have to tell our viewers that the word dharm, which is used in those idioms and those phrases, does not mean any particular line of faith or panth. It actually means doing what will sustain society in the right manner. So uplifting of society, dharete iti dharma, and that's where the connotation of dharma comes. It's panth agnostic or religion agnostic. It's about what will sustain society, what will uphold society. Here the dream or the pitch is of a Viksit Bharat and a Viksit Delhi that has been made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the Congress party, Huda Zariwala, has been punching holes into this entire Shiksha Niti of the Aam Aadmi Party. They have just quoted recent research and also government data and RTI that says that the Shiksha Niti is not as covered in glory as the AAP claims. There are many loopholes and a lot of lacunae. The number of classrooms that you claim that have been built are not enough to sustain the kind of demands. And the AAP has actually let people down on various fronts, be it pollution, be it parali, be it cleanliness of the cities, or even basic Shiksha Niti. The allegation made by the Congress, Ajay Makhan was doing that press conference based on what an individual researcher has now unearthed, is that even the SC community has been marginalized in the education Niti, Shiksha Niti.
As far as Ajay Makhan ji's press conference is concerned, if you remember, his own party members didn't support him because he was bringing out, all sorts of baseless allegations about Arvind ji's association with terrorism. If you remember, I mean, none of that made sense, right?
Well, that was before the Congress decided that they are going to go after the Aam Aadmi Party and sever all these alliance and India alliance conversations. After that, a lot of water has flown under the bridge in the Yamuna.
Right, discrediting Ajay Makhan ji's stance on the whole thing. But that being said, Arvind Kejriwal ji is literally the only chief minister, ex-chief minister rather, and hopefully, the future forthcoming chief minister as well, who openly claims that if work has been done, vote for me on the basis of work. This is one chief minister who has the guts to step down even after respectfully getting a bail from the Supreme Court in a case, by the ED, where the bail is such a difficult matter. We've seen, how one after another allegations were put forth, and he stepped down. He put up Atishi ji on the chief minister's post because he wants to come back with the people's mandate, with the people's majority. So it is a party with a difference. All of that has not changed. The work on the ground.
Interesting that you say that Arvind Kejriwal put Atishi there. He didn't say that it was the cabinet decision and it was the Aam Aadmi Party that collectively decided to ensure that it is Atishi who replaces Mr. Kejriwal till Mr. Kejriwal is absolved of all the charges on him. And he's not got bail respectfully. He's got bail because bail is mandatory. Jail is optional as far as the rule books of our law is concerned, and the charges against him still stand. He's not been, he's neither been convicted nor has he been, absolved of the charges against him. But coming back to these pictures, Prime Minister Narendra Modi right in the middle of the Triveni Sangam, that's the huge spread of waters, yeah.
In the boat that they're traveling, right at the front, you can't see the Prime Minister because of this
Yogi.
angle, but right at the front, it's just the two of them. It's just Yogi Adityanath and Prime Minister Modi, and I think they will have enough to talk about, not just in terms of, what are the arrangements for today, but also, let's not forget, it comes in the backdrop of that very, very terrible tragedy that happened.
I think the question that's going to be in everybody's mind is, it's such a vast expanse, and if you see the Sangam nose, it's a huge parcel of land.
Yeah.
So the question that everybody is going to ask, and perhaps the Prime Minister would also want to understand, is how could an incident like that happen when there is so much space available?
Yeah.
And I think that's where the questions will be, but these arrangements are elaborate. This is also a statement, Zaka, beyond the politics, the optics of it itself, to have nearly 40 crore people.
Yep.
And that would be perhaps the third largest population in the world,
Yeah.
coming to one particular temporary tent city over a period of about 45 to 50 days. It's a show to the world that people here can combine together, come together in peace, in harmony for a spiritual quest, and India can organize it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think no doubt about it. It's a testament to the arrangements that have been put in place by the UP administration, the Allahabad administration. I believe there are special commissioners who've been assigned just the role of organizing the Kumbh. And like you said, 38 crore, they were looking at 40 crore. But I think by the end of the month, 25th, 26th is when the Kumbh gets over. I think you might even touch up to 50 crores. So I think it's important to underline that, it's a significant, it's a massive humanity. Let's be very clear about it. It's a massive humanity that's turned up there at Prayagraj for the Kumbh. Of course, unfortunately, the stampede did happen on the occasion of Moni Amavasya. Hopefully, the lessons from there have been learned. The district administration there has made quite a few changes. You can only now move in a one-way direction. No vehicles are allowed at the city center. I believe a lot of the middle part of the city is accessible only by foot. So all of those changes are good. There are directional changes that have been made in the traffic as well. Two-way roads have been made one way. So all of that is good. Hopefully it should have been done before such an unfortunate incident happened. But hopefully, like I said, people have drawn the right lessons from it. You can see as the boat is now speeding towards the Triveni Sangam, the Sangam nose as it's known, there are crowds. I think those are crowds on the other side of the ghats. Behind the boats where the banks of the three rivers, the Ganga, Yamuna and the Saraswati meet. That's where you can see the crowds.
Yeah,
there also,
that is actually the Sangam nose. So where you see the sea of the lot of crowds
people,
there, people there, that is the Sangam nose. And what we are given to understand that night, that fateful night around 12:30, 1 a.m. is that right at the banks, because they wanted to be the first to take the dip during Moni Amavasya early in the morning, there were a lot of people who, against the advice of the local authorities and despite repeated reminders, had decided to sleep in the open at the banks. So when those barricades broke, people fell on each other and a lot of them were sleeping there, and that's what caused this. So now I think that's been now stopped, and there is no way at any point in time that anybody can sleep around the Sangam nose and in that bank area. Now the Prime Minister, this is the far side. That is so what we are seeing now, these are the cameras at the Arail Ghat. So this is the Arail Ghat area. You get onto the boat and then you go to the Sangam nose and you approach the Triveni Sangam area via boat. So that's what's happening. So that's where all the akhadas and their tents are on the other side. So the main 13 Juna, the akhadas, including the Juna akhadas and some of the other akhadas, they have their tents on the Sangam nose area. The Kalpwasis, that means those who are going to stay right through the period of the Kumbh, about 10 lakh of them, they are also going to be there in those tents and in that area. Other than that, it's the daily visitors who are coming. So as of now, we are counting down to 11 a.m., just 7 minutes to 11 a.m. Nearly 50 lakh people have taken the holy dip, including 10 lakh Kalpwasis this morning. So there is a steady flow of people. What needs to be appreciated is the arrangements have just grown in scale and have become so much more elaborate that those who thought going to Kumbh is dangerous today want to go to Prayagraj, and they also want to, it's also accessible. So not just Prayagraj, because they say the flight tickets have really soared. So you can go to Varanasi and you can drive. From Patna, it's a 5-hour drive. The option to go to Ayodhya is there. The option to come to Delhi and then drive down from Delhi, where it's a 6 to 7 hour drive. So all of this allows people to congregate at Prayagraj, and from Prayagraj, a lot of them are then heading to Ayodhya, heading to Varanasi. So they are also seeing record attendance and footfalls. And this will only go up around the Maghi Purnima date and also close to Shivratri, that is around the 26th of February, where many could come on the 25th, take a dip and then head to Varanasi for Shivratri on the 26th.
This spiritual connection, you know, you could call it in, albeit in a political context, because it is happening on the day that Delhi votes. But this is something that Prime Minister has stressed on even in his diplomacy. When he became Prime Minister first in 2014, he was very insistent about the Ramayana circuit, about the Buddh circuit. He's used this to sort of expand India's influence and reach in Southeast Asia. We had the Indonesian president who came for the Republic Day, and he made that famous speech where he said, "I tested my DNA is Indian," and he started singing some old Hindi film songs, etc. Again, the connection with Ramayana and Indonesia is well known, and these are things that Prime Minister has sort of revived since he came to office in 2014. And if you look at some of the holiest places of Hinduism, including Banaras, where he's MP from now for the third term, the way it has transformed in the last 10 years, I think it's quite phenomenal. Same goes with Prayagraj as well. Just the sheer scale of, you know, having 40, 50 crore people come there over a month and a half and take the holy dip, the snan as it's known, is in itself a logistical challenge. And there you see just the two of them. It's just the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister right up front at that little boat that they're taking from the Aral Ghat to the Triveni Sangam nose, which is the holiest place where the three rivers join in unison. And that's where, and I think the PM is asking about some arrangements to the UP Chief Minister, and he's giving him the lowdown. And you can see there are people, not just at the Sangam, but in the neighboring ghats as well. You can see people who have come there to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Of course, a lot of them have come there for taking the snan themselves. But I think this religious tourism, spiritual tourism, this is a sort of leitmotif in the Prime Minister's tenure, not just restricted to what we're seeing, these pictures that we're seeing right now on the day of him taking the snan at the Kumbh, but this is something that he has continued to stress on in the 10 years that he's been Prime Minister.
Well, this is also the confluence of science and spirituality. The science says that in 144 years, the alignment of the constellations and our planets with Jupiter at the center is that they all fall in a straight line, and this straight line is visible for a period of 25 to 30 days, so nearly a month. And that's around the time that Kumbh happens. And because of this alignment, the Triveni or the Sangam, the medicinal healing powers of the waters, the divine waters of the Yamuna, the Ganga and the Saraswati, which is not visible now, it adds to the fact that whoever takes a dip at that time is able to be blessed. But this is not just one dip, although many go just do one dip. The whole process is that you're supposed to complete one lunar cycle. So through the Krishna Paksha and the Shukla Paksha, and that's why a lot of the Kalpvasis stay throughout the entire time. So they start from Makar Sankranti soon after around that and go on till Shivratri or towards the end of the Magh month. So this whole sequence is that you're supposed to be there, be in meditation, follow a minimalistic lifestyle, live with the nature, and then continue to bathe and cleanse yourself. So this period of 30-40 days of cleansing is something which is there across multiple faiths, and it's happened through eons. Different faiths follow it, but this whole aspect of cleansing is there. So in Kerala, Sabrimala, you do 40 days. In Christianity, there is 40 days of Lent. There is Ramzan in Islam. So this period of cleansing, purification, trying to find your spiritual inner self and connect with the universe, forces of the universe, is a spiritual concept. And that's why we also saw the King of Bhutan come. So Buddhists are here, Christians are here, people of all walks of life across the world have come here only in this quest for trying to connect with the forces, the cosmic powers of the universe, and this place gives you that feeling that you are able to connect. Now, each person comes there for different reasons, but this is something which is also an example to the world that we have our spirituality along with our science, and we have humanity and humanism, which again the Prime Minister has very strongly espoused, saying we are talking about integral humanism, we can practice it and we can organize it. So it's a big statement, and if we can organize Kumbh, we can organize the Olympics. If we can organize Kumbh, we can organize any conglomeration of humanity in our country, and we can be peaceful. And kudos to those 38, 39 crore people so far who have come, where barring that one incident, largely it's been incident incident free. And people are coming and they're accommodating. Everybody is having a bath, taking a holy dip, and they're finding their way back. Yeah, there are stories of people missing, people being left behind, etc. But they're all being monitored. Aerial surveillance is happening. There is drone security that's being provided. Look at this crowd. It's going to be mind-boggling for anybody to handle it for one day. The UP organizers, the people, all of them, the UP government is doing it from the 13th of January till the 26th of February.
Yeah, it's a month and a half, and as Anand was saying, it's the first time in 144 years where the planets are literally aligning for this holy period, and the Prime Minister knows the significance of this, both from a religious prism and may I also say from a political prism. It's a huge thing for foreign folks as well who've come. A lot of diplomats, for example, who are based in Delhi from foreign countries have gone there. The Dutch ambassador, the Mexican ambassador. I have a conversation with Erik Solheim, the former Norwegian minister, which will play out in the next few days. He also went to the Kumbh and took a dip. And it's a spiritual experience for all of them. We saw Coldplay's lead singer Chris Martin go there along with Dakota Johnson. You had the late Steve Jobs' wife, Lauren Powell Jobs, come and take the dip at the Holy Sangam. So this is not something that's just restricted to India or large parts of the Indian population. I think people from far and wide, the number of foreigners who've come have also been in record numbers for the Kumbh, despite all the the logistical hurdles and the unfortunate tragedy that happened on the 29th of January. But despite all of that, you can see the sheer vast number of people who are thronging the Kumbh, thronging the Sangam Ghats virtually every single day in this month and a half period between the middle of January and the end of February. Just purely from a spiritual point of view, Anand, why is this important for the Hindu faith, for people who follow Sanatan Dharma, this constellation of coming together of the planets once in almost 150 years? How and why is this time period important?
Well, there are different philosophies. Kumbh itself finds its relevance from the fact that this region, Prayagraj, was considered to be the first place where Brahma conducted a big yajna. And the yajna was of creation, of Srishti. The other story that goes is that there are drops of nectar when the churning of the ocean happened. So, and Dhanvantri emerges with the bottle of, with the entire jar of nectar. There were a few drops that have dropped here at this point. But the scientific reason is the confluence of these three rivers. Ganga itself has supposed to have medical and healing powers. The Saraswati has its own potency, and so does the Yamuna. When these three rivers converge here, the waters there become very, very divine in terms of their healing powers and their purity. That, along with the constellation being aligned, the energies are such that there are the ancient thought processes. There were portals. These portals connected you to the higher cosmic energies, and if you are able to realize that and connect that, you are able to escape. This whole thing is to escape the cycle of life and birth. So Kashi finds its mention in Rig Veda. Kumbh finds its mention in Rig Veda. So as you go to Kashi for moksha, that was supposed to be the oldest city, which is a portal to the universe as a key, if you were to think of it from the Avengers and today's movie point of view. And Thor has Jotunheim, and there is a portal, and you can go across realms. Now, if that's the science, if that's possible in the movie, this is what was thought, that there would be a portal for the soul to escape the cycle of life and birth on Earth, on Prithvi, and you can go to a higher realm or a better realm. So now the 9 dimensions of science are also described as various lokas in our scriptures. So the universe collapsed 40 dimensions, and it's 9 dimensions. So 4 dimensions above us, 4 dimensions below us, Earth, and this realm is in the center, and that's how our scriptures define it. So if you want to go to a higher realm, so as far as the Hindu Astha, Sanatan faith, all our avatars, deities or gods came down to earth. So why come down? Why not coming up? So this whole thought process is that you rise to a higher level and escape this cycle. And if you are able to do this here, follow the ritual properly and come and bathe at the Kumbh and go and spend your last days in Kashi, you hope to be able to break the cycle of life and death. That's why Kumbh becomes so important. And it happens 12 years is the major Kumbh. 12 into 12. So after 12 big kumbhs is the Mahakumbh. So this is something that's happening only in 144 years. So people of this generation will not live to see the next Mahakumbh. And that's why this big confluence. Karan Verma still with us. Karan. Chetan Bhagat and Akashdeep Muni also join us. Chetan Bhagat, Prime Minister at Prayagraj. Have you gone already?
Well, no, I haven't gone. I'm here because you called me to the studio this evening for another Mahakumbh happening in Delhi, which is a different kind of Kumbh. And it's quite exciting. But, I saw some of those videos. It's just too crowded, to be honest. And I don't know. I mean, I wish there was a way, but we have a big country of crores of people and they all want to go. So it's not nobody's fault, really. And there's only one place, like you said, once in 144 years. And even in those 144 years, the certain days are more special, isn't it? For the snan and everything. So it's not just all the days. Some days are more important. So I think it just, I got a bit scared, to be honest.
Well, I'm going to go. I'm going tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm going tomorrow and I'm looking forward to the experience.
Are you going to take a full dip? Are you going to go full dip?
Of course.
Are you going to just touch? Some people just touch the water on their head like that.
Cold or not. Otherwise, if you are at Kumbh, you have to take the full dip. It's like everybody is saying it happens once in 144 years. So
we're going to see a video of that, you taking a full dip?
Let that go? How can you let that go? Well, if there's somebody to take a video, I will put it out. But I am going for sure.
You are for a TV channel. And you are saying you work for a TV channel saying, is there someone to take a video? So please do, and please get a few drops of the water for us in the studio.
Not just the drops, because many people say we should take a little bit of the mud or the dhuli there. Why? Because crores of people deeply in spiritual thought have come there. And that energy itself, many believe, is blessed. That land finds itself blessed because there is a confluence of souls. It's not just human bodies. No, it's the Atma, it's the soul. So the thought process is that spiritual depth there and the spiritual intensity of that place is going to be so huge that it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. So,
but if I can ask Chetan, so I mean, obviously, let's not underplay the context or the timing of this. Prime Minister has a sense of political timing. That's why he's been in power for the last 10 years. Every time there's a critical election day, he finds a way to sort of place himself in the public consciousness. Today it's at Kumbh. You remember when the general elections were happening, after the campaigning got over, he went off to Kedarnath. Again, do you reckon any of this actually makes a difference to even 1% voters, swing voters who may not be enthused to come out and vote? In Delhi, for example, at least in the first couple of hours, the voting has been pretty thin in single-digit voter percentage-wise. But do you think this has a political sort of fallout as well?
For the Lok Sabha election, I think when he went to Rameshwaram, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those, and then that was a different kind of trip. He went for meditation and he went away, and I don't know if it was political. Maybe it does get too much, I mean, if you're doing this job, imagine the number of rallies he does. And when finally voting is happening, you just want some peace. And that's his preferred choice. If it has a political benefit, I mean, okay, that's good. That's just who he is. And I think he is and I'm not just saying it like siding. I think he is a person who believes, who's a big faith believer, and he would have gone to the Kumbh anyway. Now, in terms of the timing, is it going to help in Delhi? I doubt because if he's gone today, he would have gone like a few days back. Like by the time today is actually the voting day. So I don't think in Delhi it will have such a big impact. Delhi politics isn't about Hindutva politics as much anyway. I think the issues here, as we know, are Arvind Kejriwal, who's the blue-eyed boy of Delhi, and he's like literally somebody who has taken on the BJP here very well, and of course now the new tax-free country we have. Movies used to get tax-free. Now, people are tax-free. So I think that will have an impact. I think how much does this have an impact? I don't think so, and I would not be so cynical. I know there will be people who will say, "Oh, he's going to," but there's an election in India every week, So I don't think a place like Delhi has an impact. If it was UP, If it was UP, this is happening in UP and there's a UP election, maybe you can say, okay. But Delhi, people are having other issues.
No, Delhi, there are a lot of voters who are actually heading to Prayagraj after casting their vote. We actually spoke with them early this morning at some of the voting booths.
Including you.
My vote is in Noida. My vote is in UP. So, उसमें तो अभी time है. But the other thing is, if you look at the Prime Minister's schedule, first was the budget and third, and before that, there was his calendar was packed. We are given to understand that between the 5th and the 7th, these are the only dates that he had, because 8th is result in Delhi. So clearly 9th and 10th, there will be, if the mandate is in favor of the BJP, he will be required. The parliament session is currently on. And then thereafter, he takes off to France. He's going to France on a trip. On the 10th, he's off to France. So this was the only window which was there. And there is a possible trip to the US. So we don't know. But this was the only window. Date got confirmed. Well, and if there is political opportunism that's being seen, then people who want to see it will see it. Akashdeep Muni, once the dust settles here in Delhi, are you going to head towards Kumbh? It's been hectic.
Supporters and workers went to Kumbh recently. So it will be my privilege, and I will be lucky enough to head to Kumbh and take the holy dip. But today, Anand, the biggest question is that while the
कही सकते कि भी उपासना करते हुए नजर आएंगे, तो आपने देखा कि किस तरह से न्यूज 18 ने आपको दिखाया कि
बिल्कुल न्यूज 18 के कैमरे से हम दिखा रहे हैं अपने दर्शकों को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी संगम में डुबकी लगाते हुए, जहां पर सबसे पहले उन्होंने वस्त्र धारण चेंज किया है और अंग वस्त्र लिया और फिर त्रिवेणी में उतरे, और वहीं पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग जो तट पर मौजूद हैं वो प्रधानमंत्री का अभिवादन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं और उत्साह लोगों में है। प्रधानमंत्री को बेहद करीब से ये लोग देख पा रहे हैं। हमारे सहयोगी राजीव के
Well, so I think the Prime Minister has stepped down, he's changed, and then he stepped down to have take a dip at the Sangam. There it is. Those are the pictures. The Prime Minister getting down. There are waiting crowds who are looking at the Prime Minister. A lot of the people who are taking their dip at the ghats, they can peek through to the other side, and they can see the Chief Minister, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath present there. Wonder why the cameras are panning away from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is actually to the left, where he is down in the waters. And he should be. So I think the priests are also waiting. He's gone in to take to change. I think that's what's happened. He's not yet taken a dip.
What's the procedure?
You obviously will take off the clothes that you're wearing, and then you wear. Generally, a lot of them wear saffron, or you wear a simple cloth, and then you go down. You offer your prayers, and you're supposed to take 3 dips. Okay. So the full dip is thrice. So it's 3 dips. You're actually supposed to be chanting a few mantras, and each of the dip is dedicated to, one is to your ancestors, one is to your gurus, and one is to the devatas, and you're asking them to cleanse you and cleanse your soul of all their bad karma, and to uphold and add to your good karma. So it's the karma phala, or the karmic fruits, that you're actually praying for, and that reduces the weight on the soul, and that's why the soul is elevated. So that's the philosophical thought process of why you're supposed to do it. It's supposed to be healing you, not just mentally, physically, but also in terms of mind, body and soul at all 3 levels. So that's what the Prime Minister will be doing, and then you pray to the sun. The sun is the source of our energy. So that's the Prime Minister walking into the water, going right to the center. He is fully clothed, so he's wearing an overall like he usually does. It's a grey overall that he prefers, or a saffron overall. And then above that, there is a small towel on his shoulder. So that's how it is. He's going to be standing there, and then he will take 3 dips. We've just had a freeze there in the pictures. He will take 3 dips, and he will be facing towards the sun, and he will offer ablutions to the sun, or arghya as it's called. And he will make the prayer. Now the sun, why the sun? Sun is the source of all energy. It's the source of life on planet Earth. It's the source of energy, and for humanity, even though it's a ball of gas, it is also seen as the one that charges our batteries. So that's the whole idea of praying to the sun at a time when its radiation is the least. So it's already, today he must have picked a Muhurt, which is good because it's a Gupta Ashtami, and that's why he has timed it. You tend to do it early in the morning when the radiation of the sun is the least and the curative potency of the light, sun's light, is at the highest. That's what you generally do, and that's why Ishtadev or Surya is as one of the potent elements, the source of all energy for earth is prayed to. So you offer your prayers to the three rivers because you are standing at a confluence of three rivers. So there is Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati, and then of course to Surya Dev, and then you do your three dips, and then you chant to whoever is your Ishtadev, whoever you pray to, you chant, and you can stand there and do your chants, take your dip, and then you come out, and then on the ghats he will do another round of puja. So that's these are the pictures live from Prayagraj as the Prime Minister is taking a holy dip at the Kumbh. There he is, the Prime Minister, walking up right to where he can, to the levels. We should have more pictures coming through. And you see, these are all the cordoned off areas where the flow of the water is not so strong and the water is only knee deep. Arun Dhanta joining us live. Yes, Arun.
Well, that's right, Anand. Prime Minister Modi and Yogi Adityanath have arrived at Triveni Sangam, and in fact, Prime Minister is going to take the holy dip. And let me quickly show our viewers that how people are actually going and coming from the Sangam. On that side, you have the huge line of those devotees who are going towards the Sangam. They are yet to take the holy dip. Look at the joy in their faces. Look at the crowds which is moving towards. And on this side where I am,
these are pictures. Let's go full screen to the pictures of the Prime Minister taking the dip. These are exclusive to CNN News 18 and the News 18 network. And there you go. That's right at the center where the Prime Minister will be there. His official team, the videography team, the camera persons, and also the photographers are also there. And they are circling him. So we will get the pictures, the frontal pictures also in a bit. But that's where, that's the VIP card. So that's where Yogi Adityanath and his entire cabinet also took the dip. Amit Shah also stepped down from there and took a dip there along with Yogi Adityanath. Interestingly, it's only the Prime Minister who stepped down today. And the last time around also, when he was there at the ghats taking the dip, it's a similar ritual. He is a Shiv Bhakt himself, so he has the Rudraksha Mala around him, so he does his round of chanting, prayers. He prays to the rivers, he prays to the sun and also to Mahadev. And then
in fact, he had taken the holy dip, I think, before the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya.
Yes.
And similarly, when the temple in Varanasi was inaugurated again, he had taken the dip at that time.
The dip. The idea is to cleanse yourself. The idea is to cleanse the mind, body and soul at this confluence of the three rivers, and then with a pure heart and a pure mind, go to the temple to pray. So he said that he prayed for the well-being of the country and its people, and he wanted to pray for progress. That's what he did at that time. This time we'll see what the Prime Minister's message is. But for each person, it's either self or society or humanity, but somewhere the connection is spiritual, Zakat. So that's what it is. And the Prime Minister seems to be very comfortable. There are people who do it because it's good for optics. But for him, we've seen over the last many years, he's comfortable in his skin doing what he's, because he believes this is a practice for him. And it's been a practice for him right from the times he was a pracharak at the RSS. He used to actually play the Nagada at the local temple in Vadnagar. That's how his childhood, he's grown up. So there's a huge, deep spiritual content or connect for him all through his life. So even the days of emergency and all, he used to pray regularly at the Gurdwara when he was living, as a Sardar, and he was in the Gurdwara. He would do seva at the langars. He would offer, and then he would continue to pray. So this aspect of prayer and spirituality is not something which is second skin to him. It is
in his own skin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to also bring it back to the political context of this. Chetan is still with us, and so is Akashdeep Muni. These pictures, of course, will be splashed across screens, not just in the national capital, but across the country. Tomorrow's newspapers are going to have this as the lead story. Do you think, Chetan, this will have or move the political needle in any way, at least as far as the Delhi election is concerned? Or do you think the the timing and the date of it is merely coincidental and has nothing to do with politics?
I think it was Freud who once said, like, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. You don't have to, it's just like the person just described, that he is a man of faith. It is a holy Kumbh happening once in 144 years. At some point, he would have gone and taken a dip. If he had taken it anytime in the last week or any time in the campaign of Delhi, people could have said, oh, it's happening for the Delhi elections. But that's I think, a bit too cynical. And firstly, nobody's stopping Rahul Gandhi from taking a dip. Nobody's stopping Arvind Kejriwal from taking a dip. And if they want to do it, they can do it. And that will
Why
also
do you
get
think
some
that is?
coverage.
Why do you think they haven't gone yet?
I don't know. It's very hard to speculate. It's all if have they not gone for political reasons, or is it that they don't feel the need to go? It's okay. We should not judge. I have not gone. I just felt it was too crowded, and that's absolutely fine, I think, for people.
Yeah, but you're not a
And it's
politician.
not
I mean,
like someone
you don't need to.
No, I mean, I'm a Hindu. No, I know. And some of us, Zaka, some of us I have too many sins. I don't think one dip is going to clean them. So, that's a separate discussion. I'm just saying we shouldn't judge. You don't become more superior by taking a dip. It's just an act of faith, and I don't think there's any elitism about it. But at the same time, I do believe that. I mean, who has been God kinder to? I mean, the Prime Minister has won 3 times Prime Minister. I mean, God has been bestowed all the blessings on him. If he will not be a man of faith, who will? So I think he is a human being, and at the end of the day, yes, sometimes it may, but taking a dip in the bathroom, crores of people are taking it. So to say that, but he is taking it because of that, I think it's a bit unfair. I mean, it doesn't look like what is the impact on Delhi election? It doesn't really have. I mean, who's going to say, oh, he took a dip, I'm voting for him? I mean, how many people in Delhi are thinking that way right now? And like you're saying, people haven't even gone and voted. So guys, those who are watching this in Delhi, please go out and vote.
Yeah, that's their duty. That's their fundamental
their duty. That is also,
democratic duty. This is a spiritual quest. So that quest can happen once the voting duties have happened. It's a working day in Delhi. Akashdeep Muni, Chetan Bhagat believes iska Delhi election में कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला, because Delhi का voter has already decided.
I partially agree with Chetan ji that इसका दिल्ली के इलेक्शंस पे इतना असर नहीं पड़ेगा, पर साइलेंस पीरियड में ऑफ कोर्स प्रधानमंत्री जा रहे हैं और 24/7 टीवी पे दिख रहे हैं, इसका ये इंटरेस्टिंग है। पर दिल्ली का जो वोटर है वो सिर्फ काम की राजनीति पे भरोसा करता है। दिल्ली के वोटर सोचता है कि नहीं, कौन मुझे, बुजुर्गों को कौन कुंभ में भेज रहा है, बुजुर्गों को कौन अयोध्या यात्रा करा रहा है, बुजुर्गों को कौन 4 धाम की यात्रा करा रहा है, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल है। फ्री बिजली, फ्री पानी, 24 घंटे बिजली, ये सारे अरविंद केजरीवाल दे रहे हैं। Interestingly, today what happens is that today the Honorable Prime Minister says that we will be providing remedies to Delhiites if we come to power. But interestingly, the same day today, the Energy Minister, the Central Energy Minister, is saying that we will all the free electricity throughout all the states should be stopped. So these double speak in terms of BJP will really hamper BJP's prospects in Delhi, because ultimately the people of Delhi think that कौन हमें अच्छी जिंदगी देगा, कौन हमारे बच्चों को पढ़ाई देगा, कौन हमारे बुजुर्गों को हेल्थ केयर देगा. These are all important things. And also the elderly who want to visit Kumbh Mela or even different sacred sites, they think that केजरीवाल जी भेजते रहे पिछले 5-10 साल से, बीजेपी तो भेजती नहीं रही.
Right.
So
now there is just pulling away Akashdeep for a second. Just we're getting pictures. So there is chanting in the background, and these are pictures of Prime Minister. Like I said, it's the 3 Anjalis Arghya which will happen to the sun, and the 3 dips against the flow of the water, that you will sit down and do it thrice. That's what the Prime Minister has done. Interesting, his sartorial choice this time around. It's tracks and a hoodie. It's the same thing that he was wearing at the Z-Mode tunnel. So there is a shift that he's also, if you were to see in the Prime Minister's casual attire, that we are seeing. And
trying to appeal to young voters, to Gen Z voters. But just walk us through, what are the mantras that are being chanted, and what is it that you're supposed to pray to as you take these three holy dips?
well, depending upon which sampradaya you would follow, as of now, they are chanting the prayers towards the. Okay, so these are Upanishadic chants which they are actually chanting as prayer towards the elements, towards nature. Yeah. And also they will chant the Swasti mantra. They will chant, now if you're praying to Mahadev, many of them would also chant the Rudram. So at various, based on what you believe in. Yeah. But largely it is about people, it is about uniting with the cosmic powers, also praising the various elements which are there, especially water, the five elements we want to see. So sun is energy, is Agni, there is ether, there is air, water, and of course sky, Akash. So these are the five elements that would be.
So the Rudraksh that he's using to chant the mantras.
Because he's a Shiv Bhakt, so Rudraksh is representative of Shiva. So, and that's why many use different beads. So those who follow the Vaishnava Sampradaya or worship Krishna or Rama will use Tulsi beads. And it's usually 108. So you chant and you do a round of 108. Or it's 54 and you chant it twice. So 108 itself adds up to number 9. These numbers itself have significance. The petals of a lotus are 108. So there are scientific, geographic, and also astrological and numerical importances. Why the number 9 is so special? Why the number 108 is very special? The number of veins in the leaves, many say, counts up to 108. So 108 is present in all around us as far as nature is concerned. The number 9 is present because Navagraha, 9 grahas, so the number 9 becomes important. And that's why Prime Minister, he's a Shiv Bhakt, so that's why Rudraksh, and that's what he's doing. He's also chanting. So whatever is his chanting mantra in the praise of Shiva, that's what he will chant. Depending upon the sampradayas or the various offshoots of Shaivism, each one would have a different mantra or a different chant. So many chant the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. That means that's the mantra that ensures that you are elevated or protected from death, because Shiva is supposed to be the only god who defeated Yama, and there is a story there. So many people will chant the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. Many people would chant only Om Namah Shivaya, or the 3 syllables or Om, which represents against the universal hum of the universe. That's the sound of the universal sound. That's Om. So depending upon what works for him, he would do his chant.
The interesting thing that Chetan made, and if I can go back to him, Chetan, I don't want to see this purely from a political lens, but point is, no one stopped, as you said, Rahul Gandhi or Arvind Kejriwal from going to the Kumbh. They may still go, or maybe after the elections are over, they may still go. I think you have time till the 26th, which is when Mahashivratri is, so you have another 20 odd days. Akhilesh Yadav went.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the prominent opposition politicians who went. I don't think he saw it necessarily from a political prism. But to detach the politics out of it, I think would also be naive.
No, I mean, see, it is a country of faith. We have politicians are always trying to find ways to connect with people. And if this is one of the ways they can connect with people, then, I mean, they could. And I don't think there is as such anything wrong with it. It's up to the people how much meaning they ascribe to this, how much of their voting preference comes down to this. But I think as people want to see their leader do some of the cultural traditions of the country, I don't know whether this video is playing on loop a lot but like that water is cold, by the way, Zaka. So I think if he's wearing a tracksuit or something, it could be due to the weather. I mean, I don't know. You mentioned like it's to connect with the youth or something. It's just cold, and so like I said, it depends. Now the BJP's politics has been about Hindutva. It has been about like taking ownership of, but Hinduism is for every other leader too. I mean, if they feel this will allow us to connect with our voters, I mean, go. But I would like to believe that there is some genuine faith in it as well. You're not just going for appearances, and I think people can tell. But you know what's the interesting thing is that if you don't go because you feel you don't want to be seen as too Hindu, because there is a segment of your vote bank which doesn't like that. That's also political, right? Not going because some voter base of mine is not going to like it. Isn't that political, or is only going political? And so we don't know yet. So you will see, like you said, it's till the 26th. I think it's a big event. I think it also, when senior leaders go, it boosts tourism of
Yes,
that
it
place. So they become brand ambassadors for that event. It becomes a big deal that, okay, even the prime minister went, okay, let's go, guys. Instagram wanderlust, okay, 1 million people in a traffic jam. And I think but it's there. And that's another interesting point, you know, that I thought that the youth of this country will not be so much into it, but they are. A lot of young people are going. They are making plans. It's become, like someone I think a few days back said, it's bigger than the Coldplay concert.
Well, 40 crore people coming there have to be youth. It cannot be just there cannot be just geriats there. But the aspect is, Chetan Bhagat, that the Prime Minister seems comfortable. He's not uncomfortable doing this. So it's not just mere optics. It's also part intrinsic to your faith. And what the Prime Minister does, everybody wants to see, because he is perhaps the biggest influencer in our country. Look what he did to Lakshadweep.
Yeah, and if 40 crore people are going, and won't the 40 crore people like to see, wow, even the Prime Minister went, right? Didn't like the Coldplay guys also go?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, Chris Martin
Martin.
Yeah.
Dakota Johnson went.
Dakota Johnson went, yes.
Or it could be because they felt faith, or it could be because they wanted to make the Indian fan base happy. I don't know. You know, they did a lot of things, like they're talking about the cricketers in their concerts. I don't know if Chris Martin is really into cricket, but he talked about Jasprit Bumrah and all that. I mean, because to connect better with the audience. So there is always, whenever there is a celebrity or a big leader who goes, there will be that element that is he doing it for PR, is he doing it for politics? But as long as you're being your authentic self, and I think the Prime Minister is a devout man. I mean, he does believe that, you know, going here is really auspicious. And I think it's a good thing that he went. What day should he have chosen? Please, I think people who feel that this is very political timing, tell me a day he could have gone, which will not be considered political.
Today is also a good day. It's Magh Ashtami. So so you're building up to Magh Purnima on the 12th and 3 days after Basant Panchami. So it's the day of Magh Ashtami. So today is also a good day. Like people look for good days, good time, good Muhurat, and that's why you have the Amrit Snan dates, which are the special days even within the Kumbh. But the thought process is, if you have purity of heart, this is a constellation scientifically, the alignment of the planets, and this timing happens only once in 144 years. And that's what makes this Mahakumbh really special. So there is science and there is also spirituality, and at most of the times they are intertwined. Chetan.
See, now it's already almost noon, and I mean, it's like Delhi, only few hours of voting is left. And like, what do you think? Like, people are like, oh, I switched on TV, I saw the Prime Minister taking a dip. All right, then it's not going to be Aap, it's going to be BJP this time. Who does like that? Do you? Does anybody here switch their vote like that? So I think it's absolutely, very far-fetched to think that this has got anything political to it. I mean, he just wanted to go. He's the Prime Minister. He went. Okay. So I think that's a good thing. And I hope other leaders also go. I mean, because, like I said, the leaders normally get the VIP ghat and everything. So a lot of the inconvenience that, people are afraid of will not happen for
It's
them.
interesting. So multiple choice question hai. Which is the right time to go and which is not short of, which is without politics? चुनाव के पहले जाना, चुनाव के दिन जाना और चुनाव के बाद जाना.
तो होते ही रहते हैं ना. चुनाव तो इतने सारे states हैं, इतने सारे so many things are there, and the parliament is also on right now. So then if he skips parliament to go here, then that's another political issue or not?
Yes, it is. We got
Yeah.
we got
So
more
then
pictures.
what do you do?
I think these are pictures from earlier when he was taking a dip and offered his argya and prayers inside the river. He has come out, and those are pictures of the Ganga Aarti or the puja which will happen at the ghats. So once you offer your prayers inside in the river, take the dip and offer prayer, do your prayers. You come out, there is a change of your vastra which will happen, and then you don fresh clothes, and then you sit down for a puja at the ghats. That is again an extension of the ritual where you would pray for the well-being of your family, you would seek the blessings of the ancestors and also the deities and the gods that you would like to pray to or you pray to, and of course blessings of the elements. All these will be done together at that small puja which lasts about 10 to 15 minutes, which ends with the Swasti mantra. So the Swasti mantra actually prays for the well-being of everyone. And with the whole thought of Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. So that's the whole Upanishadic thought which actually dominates those set of prayers. There are some pictures coming in from the CNN News 18 feed and the News 18 network feed of that grouping towards the right of your screen. The pictures seem to have frozen right now. There should be more coming through in a bit.
So again, I just go back to...
So if Arvind Kejriwal and Rahul Gandhi go after the voting is complete,
then it's not politically motivated.
Is it not? Because the constituency that may not like to see you at Kumbh
I think that's
before
a fair
they
point.
vote,
That's
as
a fair
Chetan
point
Bhagat
that
said.
Chetan, it's a fair question that Chetan has asked. I mean, are they not going because it may offend a certain constituency? But again, the question can also be asked, where else does that constituency go? It's not like they are spoiled for choice, politically speaking. But having said that, I agree with Chetan. I think they should go, whether it's linked to polls or not linked to polls, before polls, after polls. Fact is that, religion is a very deeply personal thing. You may not want to link it to politics, but there's no stoppage or there is no impediment or obstacle that stops politicians, whether you're ruling party or opposition party, from going and taking part in this spiritual exercise. After all, Rahul Gandhi has gone to numerous temples. I remember the first time when he went to the famous temple in Ujjain. And he said he's a Shiv Bhakt. People said, oh, he's doing this for politics. Maybe he strongly believes in that, and therefore if he does, then he should go to the Kumbh too. And same is the case with Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. I remember famously last time in the 2020 election, he had come for one of our events and he sang the entire Hanuman Chalisa. Again, no one said he's doing this for politics, but he was asked a question by the anchor and he recited the Chalisa. So the point is, I think politicians don't necessarily have to be devoid of what they believe in a very personal, religious and spiritual way. But to not go because it might be politically inconvenient or it might politically backfire, I don't think that's particularly smart, even politically speaking. So we have the turnout numbers in Delhi till 11 a.m. It's 20%. So I think it's improving.
So 12% bump up between 9
9
a.m. numbers and 11 a.m. numbers.
That's a good sign.
Yeah,
that's a good sign.
Is this a Kumbh effect or just that Delhi waking up a little later and then coming out to vote, as we had predicted that the numbers should go up between 9 and 11 and perhaps improve further between 11 and 2. I'm going to check if Akashdeep Muni is also with us. Akashdeep Muni, what is a fair voter turnout that the AAP is expecting?
See, at present, anywhere between 65 to 70% will be. I think it will go in the Delhi percentage elections. But the most important factor is that there has been number of issues that has been raised recently. At present, while the voting is on, like there are issues in Jangpura where money is being distributed by BJP Karyakartas. So these particular lacunas in election day really marks a very bad impact on the procedure of elections.
So has the AAP formally complained to the Election Commission, because the CEC was on record saying that any complaint will be very seriously looked into, and Jangpura is Mr. Manish Sisodia. The AAP should be very, very confident and comfortable.
See, as of now, I think that complaint has been made as per the information I have got. And Manish Sisodia is pretty confident in Jangpura specifically.
But what made him move away from Patparganj? Many are asking that question.
See, there are many BJP Karyakartas who have also shifted tickets. So shifting a ticket is now not a big issue. The big issue is that what the particular MLA is bringing on table for the people of Delhi. are they giving free electricity? Are they giving good healthcare? Are they giving good schools, colleges, etc.? So, the most important question is that 8,000 schools in Assam are closed. And there's the same BJP government in Assam since last 10 years. I want to say that while you close schools in Assam, 2,500 new classrooms are opened in Delhi. So these things will really make an impact. New healthcare model, new schools, even mohalla clinics, proper sanitation, proper electricity, proper water supply. These all will be really making a difference in Delhi elections. Delhi elections is not about that Hindu-Muslim tirade. It is all about what you bring to the table. And specifically, while Parvesh Sharma is distributing money at his government residence, he can do that. But ultimately, everyone knows that ultimately Kejriwal is the one who will be providing succor, relief to all
would you agree? Would you agree? Would you agree that this time around things are tougher compared to 2015 and 2020 for the Aam Aadmi Party?
Oh yeah, certainly. I think there are two reasons for it. One is, of course, the personal image of Mr. Kejriwal taking a bit of a beating. Not so much in the liquor gate thing, because I think that it still needs to be proven in a court of law. He's out on bail. Yes, a charge sheet has been filed, but ultimately the law of the land is you are innocent until proven guilty. So the ED, the CBI, these separate cases, they have to prove that he was a beneficiary of the kickbacks, or that the Aam Aadmi Party was a beneficiary of the kickbacks, and they changed the policy to get those kickbacks. That's still, the jury is out on that one. But I think the Sheesh Mahal thing, just purely from a perception point of view, has knocked the halo off a bit. This whole Kattar Imandar image, no doubt about it. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is this constant fighting between the central government and the state government, which has resulted, I think, in a governance deficit in the national capital. If you look at the condition of the roads, the condition of traffic. I mean, traveling between any of the satellite cities from Gurgaon to Delhi, if you are working in Gurgaon, living in Delhi, or similarly vice versa, if you are living in Noida, working in Delhi, the traffic, evening and morning peak hour traffic is just unbearable. I mean, there used to be a point of time when Delhi had the best roads in the country. I don't think that's quite the case today. In fact, the two satellite towns, Gurgaon and Noida, probably have better infrastructure today than it was 10 years ago or 15 years ago. So, and then the mounds of garbage. All of these are very serious governance issues, and there is a definitive governance deficit. Now, who the people of Delhi hold accountable for it? Do they hold the central government responsible for it? Do they hold the Aam Aadmi Party government responsible for it? Again, I don't think the central government's role can be brushed aside. I mean, the fact is that it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. A constitution bench of the Supreme Court looked at the matter and said the state government should have the authority to appoint secretaries. And then what did we have? The judgment of the Supreme Court constitution bench was circumvented with an ordinance, and then subsequently the ordinance became an act in Parliament, a bill, and then an act in Parliament. So I think this whole political back and forth that's been happening between the two governments, centre and state, has also taken a toll on governance in Delhi. But I want to come back to the pictures of the Prime Minister, taking the dubki, as it's called, in the Triveni Holy Sangam. Also, just want to bring our viewers up to speed. Mr. Kejriwal is right now at his voting booth in New Delhi constituency. Yeah. He's arrived there with his parents. I believe Priyanka Gandhi and her family, Robert Vadra and others. Her mother, Sonia Gandhi, is also there. So she's also arrived to vote. But we are, of course, squarely focused on the pictures of the Prime Minister.
Interestingly, Sandeep Dixit is accompanying Priyanka Vadra too. Yeah. So in the morning, he was there with Rahul Gandhi, and now he is there with Priyanka Vadra too. So clearly a shift in perhaps the Congress's positioning. Is it going to be limited only till the elections, Delhi elections, or is it a clear shift? We will explore that, and we'll watch that very closely. We'll be back with Mr. Kejriwal also casting his vote on the day Delhi goes to polls and Prime Minister is in Prayagraj. From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered because any time now Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, you know, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP, the Congress, you know, ironically for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party. You know, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dixit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped the
Totally.
intensity.
And
this entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal. Now, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand, and a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitwa. I think the latter finally took place because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are... Back live with pictures to the left of your screen from a short while ago with the Prime Minister taking the holy dip at Mahakumbh 2025 in Prayagraj at the Sangam Nose, the Sangam Ghat, Triveni Sangam Ghat. And then to the right, these are pictures of the Prime Minister post the prayers and also a short puja, changing his clothes, and he is actually wearing the Uttarakhandi topi. As he says, waves to the crowds there and then makes his way back towards the helipad. So this is right outside the Aral Ghat where he is. There is waiting crowds to whom he is waving, and then getting into the convoy, getting into his vehicle. That will then lead him to the Prayagraj airport, the helipad where he'll take the helicopter to the Prayagraj airport. So
it's a pretty short visit.
Yeah,
it's
very short visit.
An hour and a half at best.
In fact, he was earlier supposed to go to the Akshay Wat. These are pictures of the puja. So these are pictures of, this is the Himachali topi, not the Uttarakhandi topi. This is the Himachali topi that he's wearing. So, his prayers. Now this again a standard ritual where you would offer ablutions and of course small offerings that include a piece of cloth, some flowers, and also some fruit or to the river. And at the Sangam, that's what you do.
ओम सुजात ज्योतिघासन भवरूथम सदस्वाहा भासो अग्ने विश्वरूपगुं संयस्व विभावसो वस्त्रोपवस्त्रं समर्पयामि ओम नाभ्यायासीदन्तरिक्षगुं शेष्णो द्यौः समवर्तदा पद्भ्यां भो मृदेशाः स्तोत्रान् तथा लोकान् कल्पयन् नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि द्रवदक्षिणां समर्पयामि ओम चंद्रमा मनसो जातचक्षुः सूर्यो वजायत श्रोत्राद्वायुश्च प्राणश्च मुखादग्निर्जायत मन में बसा कर तेरी मूर्ति उतारू मैं मैया तेरी आरती मांगू तुझसे क्या मैं यही सोचूं मैया जिंदगी जब तेरे नाम कर दी अर्पण सब कुछ तेरा कुछ नहीं मेरा चिलता है तुझको माँ संसार के मन में बसा कर तेरी मूर्ति उतारू मैं मैया तेरी आरती वेद तेरी महिमा गाए संत करे ध्यान नारद गुणगान करे चेड़ बीड़तान भक्त तेरे द्वार करते हैं पुकार हम सब तेरी माँ उतारे आरती मन में बसा कर तेरी मूर्ति उतारू मैं मैया तेरी आरती ओम मंगलम भगवान विष्णु मंगलम गरुड़ध्वज मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्ष मंगलाय तनो हरे मंगलम भगवान शंभु मंगलम वृषभध्वज मंगलम पार्वतीनाथ मंगलाय तनोहरः ओम चंदनस्य महत्पुण्यं पवित्रं पापनाशनं आपदाहरते नित्यं लक्ष्मी तिष्ठति सर्वदा ओम अपवित्रः पवित्रो वा सर्वावस्थांगतोऽपि वा यः स्मरेत् संकल्पः ओम गंगे च यमुने चैव गोदावरी सरस्वती नर्मदे सिंधु कावेरी जलेस्मिन् सन्निधिं कुरु ओम सुजात ज्योतिघासन भवरूथम सदस्वाहा भासो अग्ने विश्वरूपगुं संयस्व विभावसो वस्त्रोपवस्त्रं
Okay, now these pictures are now being relayed yet again. So it started with the Sankalpa and offerings to the river, the holy river Ganga, at the point of confluence, after the point of confluence where the Prime Minister is making the offerings and performing the Aarti. He's already left Arail Ghat and is headed back towards the Prayagraj airport.
Co-powered by.
From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered because any time now, Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, you know, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP, the Congress, you know, ironically for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party. Party, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dikshit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped
Yes,
the
totally.
intensity.
And
this entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
But you're absolutely right, Anand, and a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitva. I think the latter finally took place because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters, and will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way, or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
Sir, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले? You have always been an early voter.
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public...
Good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. It's a very interesting day given that the national capital has gone to polls, and at the same time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken the holy dip at the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj just minutes ago. He was accompanied by Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. This visit underscores the spiritual importance of the day, which is marked by devotion and holy rituals at the Triveni Sangam. Prime Minister Modi also offered the puja at the Ma Ganga. Those visuals speaking 1,000 words for themselves. As you can see, Prime Minister on this very auspicious day, in fact, has offered his prayers. We all know that today is a very significant day when you look at the celestial alignment as well. In fact, it's also one that is marked by the Bhishma Ashtami and the Magh Ashtami, both taking place simultaneously today. And as we all know, Basant Panchami also occurred just a few days ago, and so it's a highly auspicious occasion when Prime Minister in fact arrived at the Rail Ghat and then proceeded towards the Triveni Sangam. In fact, CNN News 18 has been bringing you this live and rolling coverage of Prime Minister's dip in the Holy Ganga as he offered his prayers to Ma Ganga. And joining me live right now is Arun Dhanta, who's joining us live from Prayagraj. Arun, give us the status of Prime Minister's movement right now. Has Prime Minister arrived at the airport?
Well, Prime Minister Modi's convoy Akanksha has left. We are given to understand that he spent almost 35 minutes in Prayagraj, which of course includes the dip, the holy dip which he took, and also the Ganga Aarti and Puja which he conducted. There were multiple programs earlier which were slotted for Prime Minister. We were given to understand that almost 5 to 6 hours he was to spend here, but he cut short that period because of course, the large number of devotees who are coming here. So he perhaps, does not want to create that inconvenience or the problem for the devotees who are coming here. And I think that's the reason why he left early. As we speak, Yogi Adityanath, was with him and he in fact now going back from after dropping Prime Minister Modi to his car, and in fact the crowds which is swelling in here is very significant, and most importantly, Kanksha, because when you have Prime Minister's visit, security paraphernalia is something which create chaos for the people, difficulty for people. But today in this visit of Prime Minister, we saw that there has not been any disruption. You can still see these people, even on that side, on both sides, they are heading towards, and we'll try to speak to them. If you allow me to speak to them for a few minutes.
Sure.
आप कहाँ से आए? ये नमामि
गंगे से सर, नमामि गंगे से।
तो क्या है आप?
वन राष्ट्रीय वन जनस्थान।
अच्छा, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आप कहाँ से आई हैं?
कोटा राजस्थान से।
इस तरफ कैमरे की तरफ आइए। इतना बड़ा बैग ले नहीं आप?
हाँ,
बैग लेके
हाँ, तो क्या करें, कपड़े भी तो है ना।
अच्छा, और कितने
हम 14 जने आए।
14 जने आए।
हाँ।
कितने लंबे से आप?
अब आ रहे हैं वहीं से 3 किलोमीटर 5 किलोमीटर।
कैसी व्यवस्था लग रही है यहाँ?
बढ़िया लग रही है, बहुत बढ़िया।
अच्छा, आपको पता है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी भी यहाँ पर थे?
आज मालूम है, 5 तारीख को भी यहीं आए वो भी।
अभी और उनके आने की वजह से कोई परेशानी तो नहीं हुई आपको?
आराम से आ रहे हैं, बढ़िया आराम से आ रहे हैं, कोई परेशानी नहीं है, बहुत अच्छी तरह से आ रहे हैं, बढ़िया आ रहे हैं।
और अभी 29 तारीख को यहाँ हादसा हो गया, तो उसके बाद कोई डर नहीं लगा आपको?
जिसके बाद में भी आ गए हम, कोई परेशानी नहीं है हमारे। हाँ, सब एक ही है।
So Akanksha, these are the people. Look at the emotion, joy on their faces. They are not worried about the crowds. They have such a faith in the God. And most importantly, Prime Minister is here. They're saying that they did not face any difficulty due to his visit. So I think that's how it has been planned by the administration here, that Prime Minister visits here, but they ensure that there is no difficulty for the devotees.
It's extremely insightful that you shared all those details about the security arrangement, given that that stampede had just taken place some days ago. So it's in fact laudable that the security arrangements have been so stringent. But Arun, also give us a sense of how religiously, if you look at today, is a very significant day for Hindus, especially when you look at this is a day that marks the Bhishma Ashtami and the Magh Ashtami both occurring today. So the Prime Minister clearly taking that dip on a very auspicious day.
Well, 3 days after Basant Panchami, there is Magh Mas, Gupt Purnima, on which, in fact, Prime Minister Modi today has taken that holy dip. As we've been discussing about it, that earlier there was a plan of Prime Minister Modi to spend almost 5 to 6 hours here. And he was supposed to visit Hanuman Temple and Saraswati Koop, Akshay Vat. So these were the areas which were part of his itinerary. But today he's understanding the fact that there are people who are coming in large numbers, because right now when he was here, he was in Triveni Sangam. So there was no difficulty, there was no problem for people, because he was on the river. He took that holy dip, then he offered his puja. But if he had to come to Hanuman Temple, Akshay Vat, then of course there could have a disruption through the routes. I think keeping all these things in mind, this decision was taken. But Prime Minister Modi ensured that he did not cancel his visit. He came here, even though he came for 35 minutes, but he ensured that he comes here, because even in 2019, I was here in Prayagraj during the Ardh Kumbh's time when PM came here, and you remember when those visuals of feet being cleansed by Prime Minister Modi, of sanitation workers, such was the thing which happened at that point in time. So Prime Minister Modi's religiosity, devotion is something which is known to everybody. Kedarnath, of course, in 2019, that too same during the election season, he spent the entire night in that cave in Kedarnath, and even in 2024 Lok Sabha polls, before the last day of voting. He was in Kanyakumari in that meditation retreat for 45 to 48 hours. So Prime Minister Modi has been, has been a religious person, and he's been showing it. So today, once again, he showed that when you have, crores of people visiting here, he ensures that he comes here. At the same time, people do not face any difficulty while they are going towards the Sangam.
Arun, let's also look at the political messaging, as I've also highlighted right at the beginning of this show, that today is also when the national capital is headed to polls. What is the kind of messaging that now comes out when you have Prime Minister accompanied by Chief Minister from his very own party at, that massive cultural, spiritual gathering that the Mahakumbh is, which has so far seen over 38 crore spiritual attendees so far?
Well, even today, but till about at 11 a.m., 38 lakh people have taken the holy dip here in Prayagraj, and the total number actually goes beyond 40 crore in this entire period. And by the time you have the closing of the Mahakumbh on 26th, the numbers will be mind-boggling. The administration, in fact, in the beginning of the Mahakumbh was saying that they're expecting 40 crore people. But you still have 20 days more for the Mahakumbhs, and already more than 40 crore people have taken the holy dip. So I think there was a dent, of course, due to the stampede which happened on 29th. But post that, the way administration changed the things around, some of the top officials were deployed here on the ground, especially those ones who were involved in the 2019 Earth Kumbh's management. They were also deployed here. And then onwards, we are seeing that there is a complete change of picture. The routes which were blocked for the VVIPs earlier, they are open now. People are getting, ghats available. The ghats are not blocked for the VVIPs. So these are the changes which perhaps they could have done earlier. But now all these changes can be seen, are very much visible here on the ground. I think we have few youngsters also. They are waiting patiently. Let me quickly cut across to them. आप कहाँ से हैं आप लोग?
हम एमपी से हैं।
एमपी से हैं। तो अभी जा रहे हैं या आ रहे हैं?
जा रहे हैं।
और कैसा लग रहा है? कैसा फीलिंग? इतने लोग हैं?
बहुत आनंद आ रहा है। बहुत ज्यादा भीड़, बहुत पब्लिक है।
तो घर वालों ने मना नहीं किया कि भाई अब आप 29 तारीख को वहाँ पे भगदड़ हो गई, मत जाइए?
नहीं नहीं नहीं।
तो क्या करके, मतलब कितना पैदल चल के आए अभी तक?
हम अभी तक 10 से 12
किलोमीटर। आप बताइए, क्या भावना, क्या लेकर आए हैं दिमाग में यहाँ? क्या सोच कर आए हैं?
सर ये संगम नहाने आए हैं।
संगम नहाने आए। आप बताइए, आप कहाँ से हैं?
विदिशा, एमपी विदिशा जिले से।
आपने स्नान कर लिया?
हाँ, स्नान कर लिए।
तो नॉट ओनली टेकिंग दी होली डिप, बट ऑल्सो दे आर फिलिंग these bottles with गंगा जल। तो आप बताइए कि कैसा है, कैसा व्यवस्था कैसी है, कितना
बेहतरीन व्यवस्था की है, और देखकर दिल गार्डन हो गया।
दिल गार्डन
बहुत शानदार व्यवस्था है।
बहुत शानदार व्यवस्था है। So I think this is the confidence which these people are actually keeping on the administration, the manner in which they are coming from different places, coming here and becoming part of this crowd, this environment, and taking the holy dip. The memories which they will keep with them, they will take with them themselves, will always be with them. So I think this is a huge and one-time occasion, of course, in 145 years when this Mahakumbh has fallen.
Oh, absolutely it is. And give us a sense of how the Prime Minister's visit, in fact, panned out so far. Arun, as you were also sharing with us that it was a short visit, though earlier reports were indicating that he may also be visiting the Akshay Vat and take a tour around the Mahakumbh. But why was this such a short visit? Was there a conscious effort to keep it this short, keeping the security arrangements in mind?
Well, see, I mean, yeah, it was initially the plan was very clear that on 5th Prime Minister Modi will come here in Prayagraj, but then especially after the stampede which happened on 29th, Moni Amavasya, that's something which made them tweak the plan, because they do not want to create another situation like that. I think that's the reason why this planning was made that Prime Minister will visit, but there will be a reduction as far as his total itinerary, the time which he's going to spend here in Prayagraj, and that's the reason why you see he's only spending 35 minutes here. And those 35 minutes he was there on Triveni Sangam. He took that holy dip and then of course offered his prayer to Ma Ganga, and then Yogi Adityanath accompanied him back to the Aral Ghat from where he went in his convoy, and then of course in fact as we speak he would have perhaps left the Prayagraj. But I think the enthusiasm and the josh which is amongst the people, it's very, very special, because the celestial alignment is something which is bringing these people here in Prayagraj.
Right.
This happened 144 years ago. Now, once again, if you want to witness this, you will have to wait for 144 years. So I think that's the reason why you see this massive crowd. You can see, let me quickly show a glimpse of these people, if my camera person can show on that side. Look at the crowd. Look at the crowds, the way they are coming in here. They have these heavy bags on their heads, and you don't know how much they have traveled on the foot. Like some of them are walking for 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 5 kilometers, but you don't see the tiredness on their faces. They want to take. They know that once they are on the ghats and take that holy dip, every pain, the tiredness will go away. So look at the crowd, the way they are swelling in here in Prayagraj. And also,
Arun, that's why I want to ask you, the last time around when the stampede happened, it was discovered that, perhaps the advisory that had been issued by the local administration was not being adequately followed. How is the administration, especially the entire team behind the DM and the SDM and the SP, who are all involved in fact, ensuring that this is successful? How are they ensuring that there is adequate security arrangement and that all those devotees who are now thronging in full force are following the guidelines?
Well, see, I witnessed this firsthand, because I saw what was before the Mauni Amavasya day when the stampede happened, and I'm seeing what is the reaction of it, what is happening post that stampede. So on 13th and 14th, there were few roads which were blocked by the administration. Those roads were kept for the VVIP movement, and similarly the same process was followed on the ghats. So there were very limited ghats for the common people, very limited roads for people to reach to Triveni Sangam. But after that stampede, I am witnessing that all those roads which are blocked for the VVIPs, they are opened. And even if you have a certain VVIP coming here on a particular day, you will see that road being blocked for like 1 hour or for 2 hours. It's not like that where earlier you used to have the entire road blocked for 6 hours, 8 hours. So these are the changes which they have made. And also importantly, the senior officials' involvement. 6 to 8 senior IPS officers were deployed after Mauni Amavasya by Yogi Adityanath here in Prayagraj. They were camping here. And also importantly, some of the top officials who were part of the team in 2019 who conducted the Ardh Mahakumbh, they were also deployed here. So these are the changes which they were made, and I think the implementation of the planning which they made afterwards was something which is significant and which can be seen on the ground, that how it has created that change. Yogi Adityanath, of course, he was under tremendous pressure. He was keeping a very, very close watch. He was in constant touch with his officials. In fact, when he was here, he took stock of the ghats, what is the situation there. He visited the hospital, spoke to the injured, and also, he held those meetings here in Prayagraj, and also when he was in Lucknow, he was ensuring that he, gets regular feedback from the ground. So I think that's how we are seeing that this crowd is being managed, and different strategies are deployed on the ground to manage the crowd so that there is no untoward incident happens here.
Oh, absolutely. Managing a crowd of over 36 crore people so far, which has been the turnout, is no ordinary task. In fact, quite a Herculean task to say the least. On that note, let me quickly bring in Aman. Stay with me, Arun. Aman joins me on the phone line as well. Aman, the holy trinity, so to say, of Amit Shah, Yogi Adityanath and Prime Minister Modi, earlier seen campaigning on the streets of the national capital. Now they have truly become the highlight at the Mahakumbh, with Prime Minister's own dip culminating into that big, massive spectacle.
Well, absolutely. See, Akanksha, the Prime Minister visits, always have a larger audience in mind. So, when we see these visuals of Mr. Modi taking a dip at the Mahakumbh while voting in Delhi elections is on, the mix of spirituality and a subtle political messaging is not lost on anybody. The Prime Minister was earlier in Prayagraj during the Kumbh in 2019 also. Then also, he was dressed in trademark saffron, had washed the feet of sanitation workers, which had become a memorable picture. On the day of polling for the last phase of the 2019 general elections, I remember the Prime Minister had visited the Kedarnath and the Badrinath shrines in Uttarakhand, before spending the previous night meditating in a cave near the Kedarnath shrine. And we all know what happened in the general elections. BJP scored a big victory with 302 seats. So the party may be hoping for a similar stroke of luck and blessings, from Mr. Modi's Mahakumbh visit today. And this was a short visit, about 2 hours. Just the dip has happened, and after that he did the prayers. So there was a larger program planned earlier, but to ensure that there is minimum, inconvenience to the normal devotees there, the Prime Minister has kept his visit short and his program very, very short. But of course, the political messaging in Delhi,
yes,
as I said, is not lost on anybody. And the Prime Minister, the visuals which have been streamed and which have been seen by millions, surely it will have an impact on the larger electorate, especially while Delhi is polling today.
Aman, I'm sure you'll agree that there is a dual advantage to Prime Minister's visit today. If you look at it religiously, not only is this a very auspicious day according to Hindu customs, but it's also the political messaging, as you rightly highlighted, given that Delhi is going to polls.
Well, absolutely. And, the Prime Minister in the past also, there are numerous instances where, when he has used, time which was like either the silence period or when polling was over to make these, a spiritual visit. I remember, after the campaign like for the 2024 general elections ended and there were a couple of days to go for the final polling to happen, the Prime Minister spent 45 hours meditating in silence at the Vivekananda Rock Memorial in Kanyakumari, last year. So the opposition always, questions these visits, saying that, you're trying to influence voters. But the Election Commission of India has always given the green signal to such visits by the Prime Minister. And, they don't see any wrong in this because the Prime Minister is not speaking anything. He's not saying anything. There is no public rally being held in like today in Prayagraj where the Prime Minister has not said anything. But of course, those pictures speak 1,000 words. And the BJP would be hoping, as I said, that the blessings from Mahakumbh that the PM has got also transfers to the party for the Delhi elections as Delhi is voting today.
All right, many thanks to you, Aman, for sharing those extensive inputs with us. Let me quickly go back to Arun, who continues to stay live with us from Prayagraj. He's been tracking a minute-by-minute update on Prime Minister's entire movement as he made and took that dip in the Ganga. Arun, if you look at the footfall on a daily basis, it's nothing less than a crore per day so far. And this is indeed a mean feat that the Prayagraj administration has pulled off with a footfall of over 35 crores till date, even though, yes, the stampede did arrive as quite a dampener to the spirits of not just the devotees who were there, but all of India. But having said that, I think we should also discuss how the administration has looked into how this entire footfall is maintained till the last day.
Well, see, crowd management is something which has been a huge problem for the administration here. Of course, more than 40 crore people have already taken the holy dip here. And when you have such a huge gathering, I mean, just imagine 3 crore people taking the holy dip. You have the presence of 3 crore people in Prayagraj, in Mahakumbh Mela of Prayagraj. It becomes very difficult. Of course, the entire system is really working in this direction, that how they can make this Mahakumbh a successful religious event, because everyone is keeping a very, very close watch. Not only the opposition here in the country, but also the international global media is also watching it very, very closely. So I think that has been a huge challenge, and the dent, of course, came on the Moni Amavasya day when that stampede happened. That actually created problem for the administration. They had to go back to the drawing board and to think about that how they can actually realign the things, how can they make strategies to really change things on the ground. And that is the reason why you see these things are happening. And in fact, even on the Basant Panchami day, more than 2 crore people had taken the holy dip, but that was a smooth exercise, as we've been discussing the changes which they made. And I think these are things which perhaps they could have done little earlier. But I think now the more and more people are coming here, they are getting that confidence that no, things are right on the ground. They can of course send their relatives here, they can send their friends here, they can tell about their experiences here, what they witnessed. So I think that's the reason why you see that post Basant Panchami's Snan, I can see more people. I mean, in fact, if you were to get the data of today's out, it would perhaps go over and above than what we witnessed on Basant Panchami day. So I think this is significant. People also understand the 144 years, celestial alignment is something which is very special. That's the reason why you see that these people are literally not thinking about anything, just wanting to come here, just wanting to take the holy dip.
Arun, also how the entire administration, Prime Minister himself, by taking that dip today, is also trying to restore faith, and this entire dip is also going to arrive as a morale booster for those who have perhaps been a little reluctant or apprehensive after that stampede took place. But given that the Prime Minister has also made that visit, take us through how the government is also ensuring that this also is now projected as a global event. Remember, just days ago, we saw close to 118-member delegation from 77 countries that arrived to visit this Mahakumbh. So take us through how the government of India is ensuring, not just the state administration, that this is projected at a global level.
Well, see, the likes of Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, Akhilesh Yadav, and of course the foreign delegates. I think somewhere around 118 people, which includes the family members of the diplomats. They all visited here in Prayagraj. They took the holy dip, and that happened. That visit of the delegates happened after the stampede which happened. So I think that was also a confidence-building measure from the government side. These foreigners coming here and taking the holy dip, that sends a message. And also, of course, Yogi Adityanath's presence, especially after Moni Amavasya's day. Yogi Adityanath has been a regular visitor to Prayagraj. Yesterday, he was here. When Bhutanese king was here, he also took that holy dip. So Yogi Adityanath also understands the importance of this thing, because there are so many people who got jobs or revenues through this Mahakumbh. I can see people making money here through different avenues. Some of them are running small rickshaws here. These eateries are doing well. The fruit shops. So many people are making money through this. So I think that has been one of the purposes and the thinking behind this, that how you can make it big and profitable also.
Well, absolutely. Many thanks to you, Arun, for bringing us all those latest details from the ground level. And as Prime Minister takes that dip, yet another dip which in fact marks his spiritual sojourn, something which Prime Minister has been known for. We'll keep tracking all the latest, but for now it's time to slip into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we bring you all the latest news and updates, not just from the Mahakumbh, but also the ongoing polls in Delhi.
Away from you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered because any time now, Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, you know, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP, the Congress, you know, ironically for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party. You know, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dikshit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped the intensity.
And
this entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal. Now, was that a put on or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand, and a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitwa. I think the latter finally took place because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters, and will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way, or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
सर क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले यू हैव ऑलवेज बीन एन अर्ली वोटर
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public is in a mood for change.
Sir, what are the issues you're voting for? Sir, what are the issues that you think are important for Delhi?
So Dr. Jaishankar not offering much, saying I've been a Delhi voter and I believe that the public are in a mood for change. Rahul Gandhi, fresh pictures coming through. Rahul Gandhi has arrived to cast his vote. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes, Pallavi.
Yeah, in fact, look at the pictures right in front of me, and this is a very interesting picture because you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dikshit, who is, of course, the New Delhi constituency. I think these pictures say it all. I mean, you know, the Congress party, we were just talking about this, Anand, a short while back, getting into this fight belatedly, but I think this is one of the most interesting and aggressive fights. Sandeep Dikshit has used up the legacy, and I'm just seeing those shots. I'm leaving you with these shots, Anand, where Sandeep Dikshit has walked inside with Rahul Gandhi. They came in the same car together. And after that flip-flop where Rahul Gandhi was in two minds whether, you really need to put up a big fight against Arvind Kejriwal, I think finally he decided that this is it. This is what we really need to do. And bringing Sandeep Dixit along with him in the same car, going inside and casting...
Welcome back to our special segment, Battle for Delhi, because it is polling day for the national capital today and stakes remain high as three parties clash for over 70 seats. Now, as we speak, voters have queued up to decide Delhi's fate. Initial figures have revealed that 19.95% voter turnout has been recorded till 11 a.m. Babarpur has registered the highest voter turnout of 31.3% so far. Major leaders across party lines have reached poll booths to cast their votes. Leaders such as Manish Sisodia, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, Basuri Swaraj, Rahul Gandhi, Virendra Sachdeva, Alka Lamba and Sandeep Dixit have all already cast their ballot. Even on the voting day, both Aam Aadmi Party and BJP have launched scathing attacks at each other, with the Aam Aadmi Party slamming BJP for hooliganism and Bharatiya Janata Party raining fire at Aam Aadmi Party for corruption and more. The AAP, led by Arvind Kejriwal, banking on its welfare schemes and governance, is now seeking a third consecutive term. While the BJP is aiming to reclaim power after more than 2 decades, will it break its 27-year-old jinx is to be seen. Now, the Congress, on the other hand, is striving for its survival and hopes to regain its lost ground. We bring you some reactions.
मैं चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली वासी अपने बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बाहर निकलें, वोट डालें। ये आपके भविष्य का मतदान है।
दिल्ली की जनता मुंह तोड़ जवाब देगी, डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएगी, गंदे पानी पर वोट करेगी, सीवेज की समस्या पर वोट करेगी, टूटी हुई सड़कों पर वोट करेगी, अरविंद केजरीवाल के भ्रष्टाचार पर वोट करेगी। आज का दिन हमारी जीत का दिन होगा और ये परिणाम दिल्ली की दिशा तय करेगा।
निश्चित रूप से हमें जनता पे भरोसा है, हमें दिल्ली के लोगों पे भरोसा है। अब आपदा जाएगी, भाजपा आएगी।
बड़ा एक्साइटमेंट था कि वोट डालने जाना है, वोट डालने जाना है, तो वो पूरा अपना एफर्ट्स लगा के आज वोट डालने के लिए आए हैं। मैं दिल्ली के सभी लोगों से भी विनती करना चाहूँगा कि सब लोग वोट डालने के लिए निकलें, अपने अपने वोट का अधिकार इस्तेमाल करें। अच्छे स्कूल बनाने के लिए, अच्छे मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनाने के लिए, अच्छा इलाज के लिए, अस्पतालों के लिए, दिल्ली के विकास के लिए वोट डालें सब लोग। ऐसा मेरी सब लोगों से विनती है। जाहिर तौर पे जो काम करेंगे उन्हीं को जनता वोट देगी।
Alright, so Arvind Kejriwal hoping to come back on that promise कि जो लोगों के लिए काम करेंगे जनता उन्हीं के लिए वोट करेगी. Let's quickly try and get in a sense of what's happening on the ground level, what's been the voter turnout also so far. Let's quickly bring in our correspondents. I'm joined in by Arunima, Aman and Pallavi also to be joining in some time from now. In fact, I can see Pallavi is also joined in. Arunima, if you could tell us where are you currently stationed and what has been the voter turnout so far? We were being told that till 11 a.m. it was recorded at 19.1%.
Yeah, so I'm in the New Delhi constituency. Till 9 o'clock, New Delhi was one of the constituencies with the lowest number of voter turnout at about 6 o'clock. It has picked up since then, but New Delhi constituency has a mix of Lutons as well as some Jhuggi Jhopri clusters. So the big netas, the bureaucrats, the family members of the judges and the who's who, so to say, not just of this city but of the country, is voting in New Delhi, and therefore the onus is on them to come out and lead the way. But sadly speaking, New Delhi, which is also Khan Market, which is also Connaught Place, has not really pressed on the accelerator as yet. We still have half the day left and we are hoping that it will turn things around. As far as the Jhuggi Jhopri clusters in this vicinity are concerned, they say that they want better delivery on promises of civic amenities. For example, dirty water in their tap, water coming in only twice in a day, sewage facilities not being available. These are big concerns of the population here. Some of the others are wanting, and at the Lady Irwin booth where Arvind Kejriwal voted, Election Commission of India was actually handing out small plants to voters, especially first-time voters, doing their bit to clean the air of Delhi. And that's something that a lot of voters said, that we want the talking point to be the bad air quality in North India. We want the talking point to be pollution. So they have multiple issues on which they are holding their netas accountable. When I was speaking to the AAP and the BJP functionaries about the lower voter turnout, they expressed hope that as the day progresses, the voter turnout will go up and will be closer to the figures from last year. Will that happen? Keeping our fingers crossed.